Chapter 561. Great Zhou, Nanyang County. The ancestral court of the Heart sect, one of the 4 Buddhist sects, was located in Nanyang County. The Heart sect recruited believers here. After hundreds of years, almost everyone in Nanyang County worshipped Buddha. There were more than 100 temples in Nanyang County alone. Tiantai Mountain, which was located in the center of Nanyang County, was where the ancestral court of the Heart sect was located. It was also the sacred ground in the hearts of the Great Zhou Buddhist believers. Tiantai Mountain would often have a Buddhist glow. No demons or ghosts dared to cause trouble nearby. This made the Heart sect even more revered by the people. Every day, there would be an endless stream of people coming to worship them. On this day, there was a spatial fluctuation at the foot of Tiantai Mountain. A figure appeared out of thin air. There were many people on the mountain path. Most of them were filled with reverence as they went up the mountain to worship. No one noticed that there was an additional person behind the crowd. Li Mu followed behind these Buddhist believers and slowly walked up the mountain. Although the Heart sect's strength was far inferior to the various Taoist sects, in this small Nanyang County, the Heart sect's influence was greater than the imperial courts. The population of Nanyang County was one of the top 36 counties. However, the amount of psychokinesis contributed by the state temple was one of the lowest. It was not that the people of Nanyang County were living in an abyss of suffering. Instead, they contributed most of their psychokinesis to the Heart sect. They all relied on the people's psychokinesis. This was a conflict between the Buddhist sects and the imperial court. Therefore, the Great Zhou court would never allow the Buddhist sects to expand without limit. The Heart sect's influence was only in Nanyang County. Outside of Nanyang County, there were very few temples in the Heart sect. The crowd discussed softly as they walked up the steps. Once one gets old, one's body won't be able to take it anymore. It would be great if I could ask for some medicine on this trip up the mountain. I'm here to fulfill a vow. Last year, I went up the mountain to worship the Bodhisattva. This year, my daughter-in-law gave birth to a chubby boy. Is it that effective? Then I'll have to pray too. Young man, what are you here to pray for? Someone asked him. Li Mu smiled and said, to pray for marriage. The warm-hearted auntie reminded him, if you pray for marriage and children, you have to pray to the Bodhisattva. Remember not to pray to the wrong person. After chatting for a while, Li Mu became familiar with this group of people. They chatted and laughed all the way up the mountain and came to a temple. The ancestral court of the Exian clan seemed to be a slightly extravagant temple. Compared to the other sects, it was slightly shabby. However, this was not the case. This temple was only used to receive ordinary believers. Above the concealment array above everyone's head, there were several huge mountain peaks floating. There were pavilions and towers on the mountain peaks. There were also countless relief sculptures of Buddha. Buddha light flashed and there were sounds of Sanskrit chants. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a mountain gate. 2 young monks stood guard there, looking at the crowd below. However, the crowd below could not see them. One of the little monks seemed to have noticed something and said in surprise, Hui Kong, look at that person below. Is he looking at us? The other little monk didn't even look. He shook his head and said, how is that possible? Without level 5 cultivation, one cannot see through the array. How can he be in the Dharma plane? The little monk said, but he was really looking at me. He even smiled at me. Li Mu stood at the back of the crowd. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the 2 little monks. This young man was still below a moment ago. In the next moment, he passed through the array and appeared in front of them. The little monk was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Who are you? What do you want? Li Mu couldn't help but touch his bald head and said, Don't worry. I'm here to look for someone. Is Master Xuandu here? Uncle Xuandu? Hearing that he was here to look for Uncle Xuandu, the little monk was relieved. He said, Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll help you pass on the message. The little monk with level 3 cultivation flew to the mountain peak above. Not long later, a golden light shot down from above and landed heavily beside Li Mu. A handsome monk looked at Li Mu and said happily, "Third brother, why are you here?" Li Mu smiled at him and said, "Second brother, long time no see." Xuandu gave Li Mu a big bear hug. Li Mu said, "Congratulations, second brother. After not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has improved again. You're already at the peak of level 5. Xuandu smiled and said, "Congratulations too, third brother. You've advanced so quickly." He looked at Li Mu with a hint of shock in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see through Li Mu's cultivation. When they first met, he was still immortal. A small vengeful spirit could take his life. But after a few years, he couldn't even see through Li Mu's cultivation. For this to happen, it was either that he had a powerful treasure that could hide his aura or that his cultivation was already above his. Xuandu's common sense told him that it was the former. But he still asked, "What's your cultivation now?" Li Mu pinched his thumb and index finger and said, "Just a little higher than you." Xuandu was stunned. After a long time, he muttered, "Even if you had a fortuitous encounter, your cultivation shouldn't have improved so quickly. It seems like you've encountered a great opportunity." Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. I came to the Heart Sect this time not only to see second brother, but also for an important matter." Li Mu came here to get the heavenly book of the Heart Sect. Although he was the future head of the Fulu school and one of the leaders of the Tao sect, it didn't seem good for him to come and interpret the heavenly book for the Buddhists. But there were few free meals in the world. If he didn't pay a price, the Heart Sect wouldn't give him the heavenly book. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's words, he hesitated and said, "The heavenly book is the most important treasure of our sect. It's related to the inheritance of the sect. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the elders first." Li Mu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I can wait for the elders' reply first." To completely interpret the heavenly book, for any sect that possessed the heavenly book, it was a major matter that couldn't be ignored. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's intention, he immediately reported to the elders. Heart Sect, the Great Hall of Light. There were bursts of discussions. Heart of 7 orifices? There is indeed a rumor that those who possess the heart of 7 orifices can understand the entire content of the heavenly book. But rumors are only rumors. I have never seen such a physique. I'm afraid someone is using this as a pretense to deceive the heavenly book. Such a technique is too clumsy. The heavenly book was the most precious treasure of the Heart Sect. Of course, it couldn't be easily given away. A middle-aged monk thought for a while, looked at Xuandu and asked, "Your friend, what is his name?" Xuandu said, "Uncle Puji, his name is Li Mu." Puji's gaze was deep as he said, "According to what I know, the Ling Jizi of the Fulu school of the Tao sect is called Li Mu. Recently, the other 4 sects of the Tao sect, for the sake of the Fulu school, have offended the number 1 sect, Xuanzong. This matter is extremely unusual. It seems that the 4 sects must have received the promise of the Fulu school to interpret the heavenly book. Ling Jizi possessing the heart of 7 orifices, there is a 90% chance that it is true. There is such a thing? If that's the case, then isn't this Xuanzong's opportunity? But he is a person of the Tao sect. Why would he help our Xuanzong? Could there be some conspiracy behind this?" A few elders of the Heart Sect revealed a hesitant expression. On one hand, this was the Heart Sect's opportunity. On the other hand, this matter was very risky. If the heavenly book was lost, it would cause an unbearable loss to the Heart Sect. In the end, an old monk stroked his snow-white long beard and said, "Although the Tao sect is not our enemy, the Heart Sect's most precious treasure cannot be given to the Tao sect. Our esteemed guest has come from afar. Xuandu, treat him well. There is no need to mention the heavenly book anymore." When the Xuanzong elders heard this, they did not say anything else. The one who spoke was Elder Puxiang. His cultivation had reached the peak of Dongxian. When the Venerable One was in seclusion, Elder Puxiang was in charge of all matters of the Heart Sect. Even the heavenly book of the sect was under his control. When everyone was silent, only Elder Puji stood out and said slowly, "I think that this is an opportunity that our Heart Sect cannot miss. We cannot give up on the great opportunity of the heart sect's rise just because the person with the heart of 7 orifices has the identity of the Tao sect. He walked to the front of the crowd and analyzed. As everyone knows, ever since the Xuanzong exchange, the Tao sect that was originally one has begun to split. Fulu school has roped in the other 4 sects, most likely through the heavenly book. Xuanzong's strength is too strong. Even if the other 5 sects join forces, they would not be able to shake him. At this time, Fulu school must be anxious to find allies. If not, he would not have come to the heart sect. He came here to gain new allies and has no other intentions. If the heart sect is suspicious and fearful of him, we will miss this great opportunity. Elder Puji did not stop and continued. Now, the reality of the cultivation world is that with Ling Jizi with the heart of 7 orifices, the heavenly books of the 6 sects of the Tao sect will be completely deciphered except for Xuanzong. The 5 sects will usher in a period of rapid development. The battle between the sects is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If the heart sect continues to stick to the old ways, I'm afraid there will be no chance for a comeback. Elder Puji's words made the elders fall into deep thought. He knew the situation of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. His analysis was also reasonable. The heart sect's rejection of the Fulu school's Ling Jizi suggestion would not be wrong in the short term. However, in the long term, it would be destroying the sect's future. Since ancient times, the decline of many sects in the world of cultivation was not because they did something wrong, but because they did nothing. In the cultivation world, there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. When Tao sect and Buddhism flourished, those schools did nothing wrong and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Once Tao sect flourished again, the space left for Buddhism to develop would become smaller and smaller. Elder Puxiang, who was in charge of the heart sect, was obviously moved by Elder Puji's words. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Xuandu, invite Ling Jizi over." Under Xuandu's lead, Li Mu came to a large hall. The first thing he saw were a few shiny bald heads. The strength of the heart sect could not be compared to the other Tao sects. They only had one person in the 7th realm. At this moment, the 4 monks in front of Li Mu were all in the 6th realm. Li Mu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, elders." When they saw Li Mu, the few elders of the heart sect felt waves in their hearts. Could the gap between Buddhism and Tao be so great? A young disciple of the Fulu school actually had a cultivation level that did not lose to theirs. The young man in front of them not only had unfathomable mana, the few Buddhist powerhouses who specialized in physical cultivation could also feel an incomparably powerful physical strength from him. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator of Tao sect could have a physical body that did not lose to a 6th realm Buddhist powerhouse. Clearly, he was a dual cultivator of energy and body. Moreover, he had cultivated both his mana and body to the 6th realm. Elder Puji put his palms together and praised, "Heroes indeed come from the young." With Ling Jizi, it is only a matter of time before the Fulu school surpasses Xuanzong. Li Mu clasped his fists and said, "Elder Puji, you flatter me, you flatter me." When he came, Xuandu had already told him that the heart sect did not agree with him interpreting the heavenly tomes. It was Elder Puji's strong argument that made them change their mind. Not only was this monk aware of many major events that happened in the cultivation world, but his insight was also very sharp. Even Xuanzong did not know that Li Mu was interpreting the heavenly tomes for the other sections. Yet, he was able to guess the truth of the matter just based on Xuandu's words. At this moment, another old monk walked forward and said, "Ling Jizi is willing to interpret the heavenly tomes for the heart sect." This old monk is extremely grateful. Li Mu was very clear that he had delivered himself to Xianzong's doorstep and let them take advantage of him. Any normal monk would suspect that he had ulterior motives. He did not bother to be courteous with the old monk and said, "To be honest, I came this time to form a good relationship with the heart sect. Xuanzong of Taoism has gone too far. One day, the Fulu school will definitely denounce it. Today, I am helping the heart sect to interpret the heavenly tomes. I hope that one day, the heart sect can join the other sects to denounce this unrighteous sect." Xuanzong and the other elders looked at Puji. Elder Puji had guessed correctly. Ling Jizi's goal was indeed to form an alliance with the Heart Sect. Elder Puxiang thought for a moment and said, "You should know that Xuanzong is not only the #1 sect of Taoism, but also the #1 sect in the world. Within Xuanzong, there is an 8th realm powerhouse. If there is no 8th realm powerhouse, there is no way to fight against them." Li Mu said, "Elder, don't worry. If we are not fully prepared, we will not act rashly." Elder Puxiang thought for a long time and finally nodded and said, "I heard that you have the heart of 7 orifices. Can you show it to me?" Since they were here to interpret the heavenly tomes, Li Mu naturally had to show it. Otherwise, these old monks would think that he was taking advantage of the situation. He thought for a moment and said to Taoist priest Puxiang, "Can I take a look at the heavenly tomes of your sect?" Elder Puxiang stretched out his hand and a page appeared in his palm. If Ling Jizi really had the heart of 7 orifices, then the heavenly tomes were meant for him to comprehend. There was no harm in letting him take a look. If Ling Jizi did not have the heart of 7 orifices and came here to find an excuse to comprehend the heavenly tomes, he would not be able to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Moreover, the Heart Sect would not suffer any losses. Li Mu closed his eyes and scanned the heavenly tomes with his spiritual sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes. After forming a seal, he slowly extended his finger. In the void, a golden finger condensed. An elder exclaimed, "Great Nirvana finger." This great Nirvana finger was a divine ability from the Heart Sect's heavenly tomes. Li Mu changed his hand's seal and pressed down with his palm. Another golden palm appeared in the main hall. Prajna palm. They watched as Li Mu executed the second Buddhist divine ability. This level of divine ability was only passed down to the core disciples of the Heart Sect. Normally, outsiders would not be able to understand it. However, this did not exclude the possibility of an accident. However, the divine abilities that Li Mu used afterward were things that even they had never seen before. These divine abilities were very powerful. When executed, there was a Buddhist light that appeared. It was definitely from the heavenly tomes. However, they had never seen it before. If it was not him comprehending it on the spot, then what was it? After executing a few divine abilities consecutively, Li Mu's face turned pale. His body swayed and he shook his head. "No, comprehending the heavenly tomes is too taxing on the mind. I can only comprehend this much this time. I'm afraid I will need half a month before I can recover my mind and comprehend it a second time." Elder Puxiang smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You can stay in the Heart Sect for a long time. I'll let Xuandu prepare a room for you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm an official of the Great Zhou. I have to manage the Fulu school and interpret the heavenly tomes for the other 4 sections. I'm afraid I can't stay here for a long time. If the elders trust me, you can temporarily hand the heavenly tomes to me like the other Tao sections. I'll take some time to slowly interpret it. Every once in a while, I'll report back to your sect." The Heart Sect had never handed the heavenly tomes to an outsider. Elder Puxiang hesitated and said, "This, we still have to discuss. Xuandu, bring Ling Jizi around the sect." Xuandu brought Li Mu out. A Taoist priest said, "I'm afraid it's not good to hand the heavenly tomes to an outsider. What if something goes wrong?" At this moment, Elder Puji walked up and said, "When Ling Jizi was in the 5th realm, he already had the power to transcend. Now that he's in the 6th realm, I'm afraid only those in the 8th realm can stop him. If there's really an 8th realm cultivator who wants the heavenly tomes, what's the difference if the heavenly tomes are with him or with us?" Puji's analysis was very reasonable. After a discussion, Elder Puxiang nodded and said, "What we can think of, the other 4 Tao sects can also think of. Since they can trust Ling Jizi, why can't we?" "Puji, go and ask Ling Jizi to come back." Puji nodded and turned to walk out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 562. In terms of deciphering the heavenly book, Li Mu had already formed a monopoly. In the end, the Heart Sect agreed to his request to take the heavenly book away. In order to show enough sincerity, Li Mu first helped them decipher a portion of the heavenly book to dispel some of their doubts and worries. Only then did he prepare to leave. Before he opened his mouth, Elder Puji said, "You have done a great favor for the Heart sect. Why don't you stay here for a few more days and let us play host to you?" If he could not wait to leave after taking the heavenly book, it would be easy for others to think that he was running away with the treasure. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to stay here for a few days. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu studied the Heart sect's heavenly book in detail. The Heart sect's heavenly book was divided into two parts. One part was the Buddhist scriptures, which were equivalent to the Taoist's Heart Sutra to guide the cultivation of qi. The other part was various Buddhist supernatural powers. Taoism had countless spells. Taoism cultivators used the mana in their bodies to the extreme. Buddhism, on the other hand, developed the body. Buddhism's supernatural powers were mostly related to the body. Their bodies were no weaker than Dharma treasures. Combined with their physical supernatural powers, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Li Mu was a dual cultivator. After receiving Ao Qing's inheritance, his physical body reached the 6th realm. He could cultivate most of the supernatural powers in the heavenly book. In this page of the heavenly book, Li Mu did not see any strange beasts. Among the heavenly books that he had, not all of them had such records. When he placed the 9th page of the heavenly book on top of the other 8 pages, the golden door became a little clearer. He now had 9 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. He needed to gather 15 more pages before he could make the complete heavenly book appear. There was still a long way to go in the future. The heavenly book was undoubtedly the most mysterious treasure in the world. Every page was a priceless treasure. After collecting all the heavenly books, what secrets could be uncovered? What was behind the golden door? These were constantly tugging at Li Mu's heartstrings. After staying in the Heart sect for 7 days, Li Mu proposed to leave. Several elders personally sent Li Mu out of the mountain gate. Elder Pu Xiang looked at Li Mu and solemnly said, "I'll leave the heavenly book to you, Ling Jizi." Li Mu nodded and said, "Don't worry, elder. In 10 years at most, I will return the heavenly book intact." Similarly, Elder Pu Xiang promised Li Mu, if there comes a day when Taoism denounces Xuanzong, the Heart sect will also lend a helping hand. With his ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, Li Mu had become a social butterfly in the cultivation world. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, as long as they had the tomes of arcane, they would need his help. After leaving the Heart sect, Li Mu headed north. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have already taken the realm-breaking pill. Li Mu planned to wait for them to come out of seclusion at Baiyin Mountain. After flying away from Mount Tiantai, Li Mu stopped flying in the air. He took a step and his body disappeared on the spot. Far away in the sky, 3 shadows suddenly appeared from the void. One of them exclaimed, shrinking the ground into an inch. Could this person be a Path Integration Realm elite? Another person said flatly, that's impossible. At his age, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 8th realm. This is an ancient Tao technique that has been lost for a long time. He actually knows the ancient Tao technique. This person has a huge secret, the last person pondered and said, if he's a Path Integration Realm elite, he would have discovered us long ago. The last time I saw him, he was only at the 5th realm. Now, his cultivation is at most Dongxian. He has the heavenly book of the 5 sects of Taoism and the Heart sect of Buddhism. If we can capture him, we will have made a huge contribution. We don't have time to waste on you. Chase. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them spread out and stood in a triangle. They quickly formed seals with their hands and stretched out their hands at the same time. A thick black gas was released from each of their palms. The black gas connected and formed a huge black triangle. Within the black triangle, there was a violent spatial fluctuation. Swoosh. After a strange sound, the black triangle disappeared. At the same time, the 3 shadows also disappeared. The void returned to calmness. 100 miles ahead, Li Mu's body appeared from the void. He lifted his foot and was about to use shrinking the ground into an inch again. In the sky in front of him, there was a sudden change. A huge triangular black vortex suddenly appeared. In the next moment, 3 figures walked out of the vortex. The 3 of them did not conceal their powerful aura. An extremely strong sense of oppression rushed toward him. Li Mu was shocked. Where did these 3 Transcendence Realm elites come from? But soon, he sensed a familiar aura from one of them. It was the aura of the demon sect elder who had joined forces with the Green Wolf King in the Demon Nation. Li Mu blurted out, "The 3 elders of Yuan Ming." The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were the 3 Transcendence Realm elites sent by the demon sect to guard the Zhu continent. Over the years, they had stirred up trouble all over the Zhu continent. They had stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, the Demon Nation, and the southern countries. The 3 of them usually hid behind the scenes and rarely appeared. The last time they appeared together was when they besieged the Lord of Illusions. Could it be that they came for him this time? Li Mu did not have time to think. He could deal with 1 Transcendence Realm elite, but there was no way he could win against 3 at the same time. He formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve and took a step forward. However, his body remained in the same place. Li Mu's expression turned serious. This space was confined by someone. The demon sect elder who had met Li Mu twice looked at him and said indifferently, "For you, the 3 of us have been waiting here for 6 days. How can we let you leave so easily?" Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He was indeed the target of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. In the Demon Nation, he had ruined the demon sect's plan and severely injured one of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. The demon sect had never given him such treatment. This time, the 3 elders of Yuan Ming must have come for some important reason. The Heavenly Book. In just a moment, Li Mu figured out the crux of the matter. They did not come earlier or later. They just had to come when he obtained the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Their target was the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Perhaps it was not only the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book, only Xuandu and a few elders of the Heart Sect knew that he had taken the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were lying in ambush outside Tiantai Mountain 6 days ago. This meant that someone had leaked the news to them immediately. This person could not be Xuandu. In other words, there was a traitor among the 6th realm elders of the Heart Sect. Puji's face flashed across Li Mu's mind. No wonder he had been facilitating the cooperation between Li Mu and the Heart Sect. He also tried his best to persuade the people of the Heart Sect to let him take the Heavenly Book away from the Heart Sect. Only when the Heavenly Book left the Heart Sect would the Demon Sect have a chance to seize it. Li Mu slowly looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Is Puji one of your people?" That Demon Sect elder said faintly, "I still have to thank you." Puji had been hiding in the Heart Sect for 50 years and did not have a chance to take the Heavenly Book away. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when he would be able to control the Heart Sect and obtain the Heavenly Book. Li Mu's heart trembled. For the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book, the Demon Sect actually sent someone to spy in the Heart Sect for 50 years. That was close to 60 years. Furthermore, that person had climbed to such an important position. What exactly were they scheming? If it was the supernatural powers of the Buddha sect, it would not be justified. With Puji's current position, even if he could not control the Heavenly Book, the supernatural powers of the Heart Sect would be at his fingertips. The Demon Sect's long-term plan made Li Mu even more convinced that the Heavenly Book contained a huge secret. An elder said in a deep voice, "Meng San, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill this person. Take the Heavenly Book and prevent new problems from arising." Just as he was about to move, Meng San stretched out his hand and stopped him. He transmitted his voice, "Have you forgotten what Puji said? This person has the heart of 7 orifices and can decipher the Heavenly Book. It's best if we can use such a person. If we kill him and the higher-ups find out, I'm afraid we will be punished and blamed." After that elder thought about it, he retreated. Meng San was right. If what Puji said was true, then this person's value was more important than 1 or 2 heavenly books. It would be a pity to kill such a person. Even if they wanted to kill him, it was not up to them to decide. At this moment, Meng San looked at Li Mu and said slowly, "Today you can't escape even if you have wings. You are a smart person. I'll give you two choices. Either you die, or you hand over all the heavenly books and join us. You have 15 minutes to think about it." Li Mu asked faintly, "What's in it for me to join you?" Meng San raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want?" "Strength, status." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What you said, I already have." Meng San thought for a while and said, "I know you like women. With your ability, join us. You can choose any woman on the continent. Who do you like? The sage sect will capture them for you." Li Mu said coldly, "Women will only affect my cultivation speed. If you want to move me, it's not enough." Meng San thought for a while and said, "What if we can increase your lifespan by 60 years? Li Mu said, "You should know that the seventh realm is not difficult for me." Meng San shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. What I mean is that you can have a maximum lifespan of 30 years as a Dongxian. If you can break through, your lifespan will reach 40 years. He looked at Li Mu and said in a tempting tone, "What do you think? We cultivators fight against the heavens and ourselves. What we seek is immortality. Every year we live is a greater chance of immortality. I don't mind telling you that the real way to immortality is hidden in the tomes of arcane. Join us. With the strength of the devil's doctrine and your ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, perhaps one day, you will be able to decipher the great path of immortality." The expressions of the other two old men changed as they shouted sternly, "Meng San." Meng San stretched out his hand and said, "It's fine. This is not an absolute secret. What can you do if you tell him?" Li Mu was shocked. The demon sect actually had such a heaven-defying technique that could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. And it was not a short one like the Tianji talisman. It could prolong a Dongxian cultivator's lifespan by 60 years. How much could this increase the chance of breaking through to the seventh realm? If the two elders had 60 more years of lifespan, even if they couldn't reach the eighth realm, they could still protect the Fulu school for another 60 years. This was something Li Mu didn't even dare to think about before. Moreover, the great way of immortality mentioned by the elders of the demon sect. Which cultivator could resist this temptation? Immortality, the ultimate pursuit of human cultivation, was hidden in the heavenly books. Judging from the three elders of Yu and Ming's reaction, his words were most likely true. No wonder the demon sect had dominated the 10 continents for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how many heaven-defying techniques they had and what they were plotting? He had obtained too much information today. Li Mu took a deep breath and said, "Let me think about it." Meng San floated in the air and said indifferently, "You have less than half an hour." Li Mu stood in place, his expression changing. He seemed to be making a difficult choice. Prolong his lifespan by 60 years was a great temptation. Li Mu was even more tempted by eternal life. However, joining the demon sect was impossible. He could only listen to half of what the demon sect said. It was true that they could prolong his lifespan. However, if he joined the demon sect, he would most likely be used as a machine to decipher the heavenly books. He would probably lose his freedom. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity. Not to mention eternal life, Li Mu would not let go of the opportunity to prolong the elder's lifespan by 60 years. He had already secretly sent a message to the Empress. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. There were no secrets between him and the Empress. He had already taught the Empress the 9 words mantra. With her cultivation, she could use the Earth's shrinking technique to cross hundreds of miles with a single step. Including the time between casting the technique, she should have taken less than half an hour to reach here. Even if he only caught one of the 3 elders of Yu and Ming, it would be an extremely important harvest. Demon sect elites of this level would definitely know more secrets. Half an hour passed quickly. Meng San asked Li Mu, "Have you thought about it?" Li Mu said, "How can 15 minutes be enough for such an important matter?" "Give me another hour." Meng San's expression darkened. Stalling for time is useless. No one can save you today. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had come personally to capture a 6th-level junior. It was indeed very difficult for them to fail. Unless several Transcendence cultivators or a Path Integration cultivator came. Even if the possibility was very small, they did not want any accidents to happen. An elder said, "No need to talk nonsense with him. Take him back. There will be plenty of time for him to slowly think about it." After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Li Mu. The elder's hand became incomparably huge. Li Mu's body was also imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. He could only watch as the hand reached out to grab him. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth around him dissipated. His body also regained its freedom. Then, he formed a seal with his left hand and pointed forward with his right. A golden finger met the giant hand. When the two collided, the finger directly collapsed. The giant hand only paused for a moment before grabbing Li Mu without losing its momentum. Just as the hand was a few feet away from Li Mu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and attacked the giant hand. The elder who attacked sneered with disdain. "You overestimate yourself." However, in the next moment, a ray of green light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear glowed with green light as it viciously stabbed into the giant hand. Boom! After a deafening sound, the elder retreated a few steps. His hand also rapidly shrank. His face was gloomy as he looked at the bloody hole in his palm with a bewildered expression. Chapter 563. As a seventh realm cultivator, Ming Yi was in disbelief. This person was only Dongxian, but he could hurt him. What kind of Dharma treasure was his spear? At this moment, Ming San reminded him, "Be careful. This person's supernatural powers are strange. Even Xuanzong's Dao Qingzi was hurt by him. Don't be careless and treat him like a seventh realm cultivator." Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The weapon of a ninth realm dragon king was indeed extraordinary. If he had used the Qingxian sword just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through the demon sect elder's defense. After hitting the target, Li Mu formed another seal. The spear left his hand and pierced towards the elder. With his sixth realm cultivation, he was extremely fast on his weapon. Countless spear shadows appeared in the void. However, as the spear's shadows pierced towards the demon sect elder, his body also became illusory. Countless shadows appeared around him. Li Mu's attack couldn't touch him at all. This person's cultivation was much higher than the Green Wolf King. Every time, he could predict Li Mu's attack and make preparations beforehand. Li Mu couldn't do anything about this. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator was on another level. This kind of supernatural power was almost always effective against cultivators with lower cultivation. To cross the gap between the middle realm and the upper realm, one needed to catch the opponent off guard. Just like the intellectual sword when he hurt Dao Qingzi and the first spear just now, Li Mu reached out. The spear flew back into his hand and he stabbed it in the air. Ming Yi waved his sleeve. A black lotus platform flew out from his sleeve and smashed towards Li Mu. Suddenly, the person in front of him changed. From Li Mu to Ming San. Nightmare 3, who was watching the battle from the side, had just reacted when a black lotus throne came crashing down on him. He hurriedly put up a mana shield, but it only managed to stop the lotus throne for a moment before it shattered into pieces. The lotus platform didn't slow down. It smashed into him. Ming San flew back 100 feet and spat out blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pei San suddenly appeared where that person was and took his attack. Pei Yi's eyes widened in an instant and then his pupils contracted. Behind him, where Ming San had been, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came. He couldn't dodge in time and his waist was pierced by a spear. A blinding green light exploded from the spear, bringing with it a destructive force as it exploded inside his body. Ming Yi's body turned into a cloud of black mist and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away, condensing his body once again. There was a ball of black gas wriggling around his abdomen. His aura was not as strong as before. He stared at Li Mu. Li Mu didn't have it easy either. Earlier, he had expended a small portion of the mana in his body to forcefully perform shadow shift with one of the 3 elders of the netherworld, catching them off guard and injuring them at the same time. At this moment, Li Mu stood in the void with his spear. 2 of the 3 elders of the netherworld were weak, while the others' eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 of them had roamed the Zhu continent for so many years. When had they ever suffered such a great loss? And it was at the hands of a cultivator from Dongxian. Where did he get such a treasure, and where did he learn such a strange ability? The 3 of them looked at each other. The tacit understanding they had formed over a long time allowed them to connect their minds in an instant. At the same time, they shot out a ray of black light towards Li Mu. The space was sealed. The 3 elders of the netherworld blocked Li Mu's path of retreat from 3 different directions, leaving him no room to retreat. With his cultivation, facing 3 transcendents head-on was no different from seeking death. Just as Li Mu was about to summon the Dao Bell and prepare to resist for a while, the space in front of him rippled and a figure appeared. The Empress must have just left the court. She was wearing a dragon robe and a phoenix crown. As she appeared, the 3 rays of black light were annihilated. The 3 elders of the netherworld gathered together again with a shocked expression. Ming San even blurted out, "The Empress of the Great Zhou." Feeling the aura of the woman opposite him was stronger than before, Ming San wanted to retreat. However, he didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. He shouted, "No matter how strong she is, she's only at the 7th level. Let's attack together." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ming Er's figure opposite him. And at Ming Er's original position, there was a powerful aura that made his hair stand on end. Recalling Li Mu's strange divine ability just now, Ming San's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A tyrannical magic power swept across, and his body and primordial spirit were both severely injured. Li Mu didn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed forward with his spear. Ming Er, who was teleported over by the Empress, was pierced through by the spear. The strength of the Empress of the Great Zhou was beyond his imagination. Ming San didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately said, "Let's go." A ball of black light burst out of the 3's bodies at the same time. Then, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already gathered together. Their palms were connected. A black light flashed and they actually disappeared into thin air. Only a spatial fluctuation was left behind. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't let them escape." Zhou Yi appeared beside him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He said, "It's a long-distance teleportation formation. They're no longer in Zhuzhou. We can't catch up with them." Although Li Mu felt it was a pity, capturing a 7th level alive was already an extremely difficult task. Moreover, there were 3 of them. He didn't delay and immediately said, "I need to go to Xian Zone immediately." At the same time, on Tiantai Mountain. In the concealment formation, a golden light suddenly flew out from one of the meditation rooms. It quickly flew towards Xian Zone's ancestral court. A few elders noticed this and couldn't help but wonder, Junior Puji is in such a hurry. Where are you going? Just as the golden light was about to disappear into the horizon, a green light suddenly appeared. The green light and the golden light collided and exploded with a violent wave of mana. Not long after, a figure flew over from afar. Li Mu carried Puji, who was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and landed on a mountain peak of Xian Zone. A few elders flew over. Elder Pu Xiang looked at Li Mu and then looked at Puji, who was in his hands. He said in shock, "Ling Jizi, this is..." Li Mu casually threw Puji on the ground and said, "Elder Pu Xiang, you should ask him properly." After a while, the few elders of Xian Zone were all shocked and exclaimed, "What? Senior Puji is a spy from the demon sect? How is this possible? Did Ling Jizi make a mistake somewhere?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is what the elders of the demon sect admitted personally. If you don't believe it, then there must be other traitors in Xian Zone. Otherwise, how could I be attacked by 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect when I just left Xian Zone?" One of the elders said in disbelief, 3 seventh realm elders of the demon sect can already fight Xian Zone. How did Ling Jizi escape from their hands? Li Mu looked at them and said, if I didn't have some ability, how would I dare to carry the heavenly tomes of the various sects and walk around? Pu Xiang looked at Puji and asked in a low voice, Puji, is what Ling Jizi said true? Puji raised his head and looked at Li Mu indifferently. He slowly said, to be able to defeat the 3 elders, no wonder you dared to bring so many tomes with you. This poor monk has underestimated you. This poor monk has nothing to say. After Puji finished speaking, the few elders of Xian Zone were shocked. Senior Puji, you really, I don't believe it. Why did you do this? How can you face our brothers and sisters? How can you face Buddha? Puji put his palms together and said in a low voice, since the mission has failed, you don't have to say anymore. I grew up in Xian Zone and returned to Xian Zone. Amitabha, after chanting the name of Buddha, he lowered his head. At the same time, the aura on his body disappeared completely. Elder Pu Xiang looked sad. He put his palms together and said in a low voice, Amitabha. Amitabha. All the elders chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. Soon, the bell rang in the ancestral court of Xian Zone. Li Mu didn't expect Puji to be so decisive and pass away just like that. He gave up his cultivation and life. Maybe 60 years of practicing Buddhism changed his temperament. Or maybe he expected the outcome of his identity being exposed and made him make such a decisive decision. He wanted to get some information about the demon sect from Puji, but now he could only give up. When he left Xian Zone, Li Mu had a lot on his mind. For thousands of years, the demon sect and the righteous sect had been opposing each other. The 6 Taoist sects, including the Fulu school, had all been attacked by the demon sect. Even Xuanzong was no exception. Li Mu used to think that this was just a battle between the righteous and the evil sect. Now it seemed that the demon sect's ultimate goal might be the heavenly book. There were so many sects in the Zhu continent. They didn't pick on the small ones but went against the 6 Taoist sects. To a certain extent, it also confirmed Li Mu's guess. There was no doubt that from now on, he would officially enter the demon sect's sight and become their #1 target. After all, compared to attacking a big sect, it was easier to capture a small 6th realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the demon sect was also Li Mu's #1 target. The demon sect's method of prolonging life and the secret of longevity also deeply attracted him. After leaving Tiantai Mountain, the space around him fluctuated and the Empress appeared. Li Mu pondered for a moment and took out all the heavenly books. He said, Your Majesty, you can keep these heavenly books. Zhou Yi said lightly, I don't need these things. Li Mu explained, the demon sect now knows that I have several pages of the heavenly book. They will probably send experts to find me in the future. You can keep the heavenly books. Even if I fall into the hands of the demon sect in the future, they won't get the heavenly books. Zhou Yi said without thinking, I don't want them. Li Mu was stunned and asked, why? Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, since you know that if you fall into the hands of the demon sect, they will get the heavenly books. Then don't get caught by them. Think before you do anything. Li Mu felt warmth in his heart and didn't insist. The two flew side by side and the back of their hands accidentally touched. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold her hand. Zhou Yi resisted a few times and let him hold her hand. At the same time, above the South Sea. The sea and the sky were connected and boundless. At a certain moment, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared above the sea. 3 figures staggered out of the whirlpool. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming were already injured. In order to escape from the Empress of the Great Zhou, they used the secret technique of the demon sect. They were teleported thousands of miles away and their magic power was almost exhausted. They floated in the void and panted heavily. Ming Yi and Ming Er's bodies that were pierced by Li Mu's spear couldn't heal themselves. They could only use a cloud of black fog to temporarily seal their wounds. Ming San said with lingering fear, it hasn't been long and that woman has become stronger again. Ming-Yi used one hand to cover his wound and said in a low voice, "With that woman interfering, I'm afraid Puji is doomed." "Our 50 years of planning in the Heart sect have gone down the drain," Ming-Er said. "It's not like we didn't gain anything. Although Puji's position in the Heart sect is high, we don't know how many decades it will take for him to control the heavenly books. Now we already know that the heavenly books of all the sects are with that person. As long as we capture him, we can get a few pages of the heavenly books at the same time." Ming San shook his head and said, "You saw it too. It's easier said than done to capture him. It's impossible with just us. Why don't we report this to the third elder? With this person's importance, the third elder might take action personally." The three of them discussed and reached an agreement on this matter. They continued to fly south. In the depths of the South Sea, there was an island shrouded in black fog. The sky in the nearby sea region was clear and boundless. Only the sky above this island was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds. The entire island was shrouded in a thick black fog that emitted a strange aura. The vegetation on the few small islands nearby had long withered. There was no sign of life. The bottom of the sea was dead silent. Regardless of whether it was the fish or the marine creatures in the sea, they didn't dare to get close to the island. 3 figures flew over from afar and flew straight into the black fog. Within the black fog, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. There were many buildings on the island and countless figures. Seeing the Yu and Ming elders, the figures on the island all bowed and greeted them. The 3 of them flew into a tall tower. In the small building at the top of the tower, there was a stone coffin. The Yu and Ming elders stood in front of the coffin and bowed, "Greetings to the third elder." An old voice came from the coffin, "Who hurt you?" It was difficult to say that they were hurt by a Dongxian cultivator. Ming-Yi said, "We met the Empress of the Great Zhou in the Zhu continent. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I found out that the heavenly tomes of the 5 Taoist sects and the Heart sect of Buddhism are in the hands of one person." Creak, after an ear-piercing screech, the lid of the stone coffin opened. A skeleton-like figure sat up and asked, "You brought him here?" The Yu and Ming elders looked embarrassed. Ming-Yi said, "This person's supernatural powers are strange. He also has a great treasure and the protection of the Empress of the Great Zhou. We couldn't catch him. If the third elder makes a move, we'll definitely be able to capture him. At that time, we'll at least get the 6 pages of the heavenly tomes." 2 gloomy flames appeared in the eyes of the old man, who was so old that only his skin was left sticking to his bones. He said calmly, "As long as Tian Jizi is alive, I can't set foot on the Zhu continent." "Who is this person you're talking about?" Ming-Yi formed a seal with his hands. An image appeared in the void before him. In the image was the scene where the 3 of them intercepted Li Mu. The old man looked at the young man in the image with gloomy flames in his eyes. When he saw Ming-Yi reach out to grab Li Mu, but his palm was pierced by the latter's spear, the gloomy flames in his eyes suddenly extinguished. He blurted out, "Ao Qing." Chapter 564. Ao Qing. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming had never heard of this name. Ming-san explained, "Third elder, this person's name is Li Mu. He's a disciple of the Fulu school." At this moment, the fire in the eyes of the skeleton-like elder lit up again. He whispered to himself, "Did that lascivious dragon also pass on its memories? This is going to be troublesome." He looked at the 3 elders of Yu and Ming and asked, "Is this person extremely lecherous and has countless beauties as his companions?" Ming-san bowed and said, "Third elder's foresight is divine. This person is indeed extremely lecherous and has many beauties as his companions. Not only did he have an affair with the Queen of Thousand Fox Country, but he also had an affair with the Empress of the Great Zhou." The elder continued to ask, "Are there snakes, dragons, foxes, and ghostly cultivators by his side at the same time?" Ming-san nodded and said, "According to our intelligence, there are 2 fox women and a pair of snake demon sisters who are related to him. As for ghostly cultivators, we haven't found any." The elder in the stone coffin exhaled and whispered, "It really is him. No wonder you 3 returned in defeat. That lascivious dragon had already touched that realm. The three elders of Yu and Ming were confused by the elder's words. Ming Sen asked tentatively, "Third elder, what should we do next?" The elder was silent for a long time before saying, "No matter who it is that has survived until now, they have to start from the beginning every time they reincarnate. His cultivation is only at the 6th realm, but his supernatural powers and battle experience are far superior to yours. If the three of you work together, it won't be difficult to capture him." After another moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Is there any news of the White Emperor?" Ming Yi shook his head and said, "No." After the Demon Emperor's cave disappeared, the White Emperor's demonic corpse also seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "We can't find it anymore." The elder calculated with his fingers and said, "Then there's no need to search anymore. You guys are no longer his match. Continue to search for other heavenly tomes and pay attention to Yong." 3 streams of light flew out of the tower. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming looked down at the figures below. The young disciples of the sage sect who had been nurtured from a young age had already entered the 5th realm of cultivation before or after turning 20. Any one of them would be a top genius on the continent. However, in front of this monster-like young man, the light of the genius disciples of the sage sect seemed so dim. At the top of the tower, the old man sat in his coffin and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "The situation has changed again." He stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his palm. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Shui Yun, come and see me." The voice spread out from the tower. A young man who was cultivating in one of the buildings on the island immediately ended his cultivation and flew towards the tower. Everyone on the island looked at the stream of light with envy. The third ancestor has awakened. Third ancestor has summoned Shuiyun again. I wonder what benefits he'll get this time. The body of blood and Yin is so good. It's only been a few years, but his cultivation has already been pushed to the peak of the 5th level. I'm afraid he'll reach the 6th level soon. The young man flew into the tower and knelt down on both knees. He said respectfully, "Greetings, third ancestor." The old man sat in the coffin and asked, "How is your blood fiend demonic art?" The young man said, "I've already reached the peak of the 5th level. I encountered a bottleneck a month ago and couldn't break through." I was just about to ask third ancestor. The old man flew out of the coffin and came before him. He said, "The blood fiend demonic art is a top cultivation technique. There are 9 levels, and each level corresponds to a realm. You can only begin to cultivate the 6th level when your cultivation has broken through to the Dongxian." He waved his sleeve, and a blood-red pill appeared before the young man. He looked at the young man and said, "Take this. I'll protect you and help you to reach the 6th level." The young man was pleasantly surprised. Ever since he entered the sect had piled countless resources on him, turning him from a wandering beggar into a powerful cultivator. He could destroy mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath and said, "In the future, I'll climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for the sage sect. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times." The old man said calmly, "Begin." The young man took the pill and slowly put it into his mouth. A powerful spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, causing the veins on his exposed skin to bulge. There were even traces of blood slowly seeping out. The old man pressed a hand on his head, and another powerful spiritual energy surged in. The violent spiritual energy suddenly calmed down, and the young man's aura continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, his aura increased several times in an instant, and then it calmed down. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground with a dull expression. His eyes were blank. The old man stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of light appeared in his hand. He pressed the ball of light on the young man's head. The ball of light quickly entered, and the young man's eyes gradually lit up. He looked down at his hand, then frowned and asked, "Who am I?" The skinny old man said, "You're the 4th ancestor of the sage sect, Blood River." The young man was silent. He closed his eyes, as if digesting the memories. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in them. He said calmly, "This body is only at the 6th realm. It's not time for me to awaken yet." The skinny old man said, "It's indeed not the time, but the situation in the zoo continent has changed, and I have to wake you up in advance. Now, at least 6 pages of the heavenly book are in the hands of a 6th realm cultivator. I'm being watched, and I can't set foot on the zoo continent. If you can capture him, you'll succeed." The young man asked, "Who is it?" The old man waved his sleeve, and a figure holding a spear appeared in the void. "Ao Ching." The young man's expression changed drastically, and fear came from the depths of his soul. He said in shock, "He's still here too." The old man said, "What are you afraid of? Even if someone inherited his memories, he's only at the 6th realm now. You should quickly advance to the 7th realm, capture him, and take revenge. Won't that be easy?" The young man's expression was uncertain. Ao Ching's terror was still so clear even after countless reincarnations of his memories. Not long after, Shuiyun flew out of the tower while the people on the island waited in confusion. The aura on his body was completely different from before. "This aura, Shuiyun, he's already at the 6th realm? He's only been in the sect for a few years. This speed is really enviable." Everyone looked envious. They wanted to reach out and greet Shuiyun, but Shuiyun ignored them and flew straight away from the island. Many people looked indignant, and they thought to themselves, "What's there to be proud of? He's just relying on the 3rd patriarch's love. Without the sect's resources, he's nothing. If those resources were given to me, I would have reached the 6th realm long ago, at the bottom of the South Sea." Zhou Yi let Li Mu hold her hand. She looked at the schools of fish swimming among the corals, and the jellyfish of various colors dancing under the waves. It was very dreamy. After bringing Wan Wan and the others to swim in the East Sea, Li Mu realized that the bottom of the sea was an extremely romantic place. He must bring others here in the future. Under Zhou Yi's mature appearance was a young girl's heart. The young girl had no resistance to this dreamy scene at all. In this kind of romantic scene, it was naturally suitable to do some romantic things. Li Mu's hand, which was originally holding her hand, was gently placed on her waist. Zhou Yi was completely unaware of this. It was as if she had also become a fish in the sea, swimming freely with Li Mu at the bottom of the sea. Li Mu used to hate being underwater. Under the situation where his magic power was suppressed, this made him feel very insecure. Now, he had the idea of building a cave abode underwater. Every year, he would bring them here to avoid the summer heat and have a vacation. It would be fun of its own. Speaking of the cave abode, Li Mu suddenly thought of something. He held the Empress's soft and slender waist with one hand, and a jade slip appeared in his other hand. This was a treasure map he got from Sanggu. The location was in the South Sea, but it was in the deeper parts of the sea. Li Mu didn't have the ability to explore in the past. This time, it was a good opportunity to check it out. The two of them traveled all the way to the deep sea. The sea was full of danger, mainly from the water tribe and some sea beasts. The water tribe was the overlords of the water. It was not difficult for them to kill humans in the water. In comparison, the sea beasts were more difficult to deal with. They were some primitive beasts. Their intelligence was not high, but they were very strong. They would attack all creatures that invaded their territory. Even if they were facing beings that were much stronger than them, they would still dare to take the initiative to attack. Li Mu and the Empress swam all the way here, and they saw a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain, a strange fish with 3 heads, and a cuttlefish that was over 300 meters long. If Li Mu hadn't received Ao Qing's inheritance, with his cultivation level of level 6, it would have been difficult for him to deal with these things. For ordinary human cultivators, the deeper the sea, the greater the suppression on their cultivation. But for these sea beasts, the deep sea was their home ground. With Sanggu's cultivation, he could still swim freely in the shallow sea. But once he went deep into the sea, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to return. Boom! Li Mu once again raised his spear and repelled a huge squid. That sea beast also knew that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with. After spitting out a mouthful of ink, it fled. Li Mu propped up a water screen beside the Empress and himself. When the ink dissipated, what appeared in front of them was an undulating underwater mountain range. The location recorded on the treasure map was here. Li Mu could tell at a glance that there was a formation set up in this mountain range. The formation was mainly for protection. Generally speaking, cultivators would set up such a protective formation in their cave abodes or sections. In other words, Sangu's treasure map pointed to a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. Humans would not build caverns at the bottom of the sea. The caverns here should belong to the Water Clan or the Dragon Clan. The formations in the mountains were not very powerful. Most of the formations would run out of spiritual chi in a short period of time without the maintenance of cultivators. This formation was no exception. Even if it cleverly used the mountain range as its foundation, the spirit chi contained in the mountain range would dissipate with the passage of time. Even if Li Mu did not do anything, this formation would completely lose its effect in 100 years. Li Mu easily broke the formation that was on the verge of losing its effect. Under the formation, there was a huge palace made of coral. On the coral square in front of the palace, there was a skeleton lying. As the formation was broken, a weak wave of spirit chi swept over, and the dragon skeleton also turned into ashes. This was a cave abode of the dragon tribe, and also his tomb. Li Mu and the dragon tribe were somewhat related. He gathered the ashes scattered in the square and buried them in the center of the square. Then, he cut a piece of coral and made a wordless tombstone for him. Then, he and the Empress began to search the cave abode. The dragon tribe had two most important natures, lust and greed. It was difficult for them to reproduce with their own kind. They would leave their bloodline everywhere and create many new species with countless races. At the same time, they also liked to collect treasures. Most adult dragons were very rich. Even if they died, they would choose to sleep with their treasures. Li Mu now suspected that the story about the dragon tribe being very rich was made up by someone. Chang Xian was so poor that she was the only one left. Ao Qing also did not have many treasures. This nameless dragon tribe's cave abode was also empty. Could it be that someone had already been here before Li Mu? Li Mu looked carefully and did not find any traces of someone having been here. There was also a certain possibility that he had placed the treasures in the flask heaven space. Generally speaking, when a powerhouse of the upper realm died, the flask heaven space opened by them would stay in place and move with the fluctuations of space. Li Mu could take a gamble. He took out the long spear, and after circulating his spirit chi, he stabbed it into the void above his head. Where the tip of the spear passed, a gap appeared in the void. Through the gap, another space could be faintly seen. Li Mu held the Empress' hand, and their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a dead silent space. This space was much smaller than the Demon Emperor's space. It was about the same size as the space that Li Mu was pulled into by the old man in Xuanzong. It could be seen that this dragon tribe powerhouse's cultivation was at the 8th realm when he was alive. On the ground of the space, there were piles of spirit jade scattered, but they had all lost their spirit chi. The spirit jades in the flask heaven space could not be preserved for a long time. In order to maintain the vitality of the space, it needed the nourishment of spirit chi. When the owner of the space was alive, they could absorb spirit chi from the outside world. When the owner of the space died, it could only consume the spirit chi inside. Spirit jades, pills, and magic treasures. Without any protective measures, the spirit chi within them would gradually dissipate, and they would become useless. Li Mu looked at the spirit jades and magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The spirit jades would shatter with a touch, and the magic treasures could only be reforged. Li Mu did not waste any of these magic treasures and put them away. The materials used to forge magic treasures were still useful. When he put away a bow, Li Mu's hand movements paused. This bow actually contained a strand of spirit chi, which formed a sharp contrast with the other magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi. Bark-shaped magic treasures were very rare in the cultivation world. Li Mu casually pulled the bowstring, and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, more than half of the magic power in his body was sucked away by the bow. The bow in his hand shone with a golden light, and an illusory arrow condensed on it. Not only that, but Li Mu's magic power was also continuously being sucked into the bow. Zhou Yi felt the destructive power in the arrow, and immediately said, "Let go." Li Mu let go of the bowstring, and a golden light shot out, directly penetrating the barrier of the flask heaven space. A black hole appeared on the spatial barrier, and it was still expanding rapidly. Zhou Yi grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "This space is about to collapse, let's go." In the next moment, the two of them teleported out and appeared in the sky above the sea. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. The collapse of the flask heaven space was no small matter. If they were swept into the spatial turbulence, he and the Empress would be a pair of miserable lovebirds today. He looked down, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the originally calm sea. The whirlpool was dozens of miles in diameter, and countless fish and prawns were swallowed up. The magic power in his body was less than 10%, and he felt a deep emptiness. Li Mu looked at the bow in his hand. The bow was no longer shining with golden light, and it had returned to its original state. There were 2 words carved on it in the dragon language, and it seemed to be the name of the bow. Li Mu identified it, and whispered, "Shooting the sun." Chapter 565. Li Mu had never seen such a powerful magic weapon in the sky before. This was definitely not something that could be created with the current level of refining. It was not even recorded in the heavenly book of the North sect. The power of this magic treasure was even above Ao Qing's spear. Of course, this bow also consumed a lot of magic power. With Li Mu's magic power, he could not draw the bow a second time. Even the arrow just now was not at full power. Under the Empress's reminder, Li Mu cut off his magic power in advance. The bow was named Sun Shooting. The power of this bow lived up to its name. This was originally something that Li Mu and the Empress found to do out of boredom when they were roaming the bottom of the sea. They did not expect that the ordinary jade scroll that they got from Sangu would have such a great harvest. With Ao Qing's spear nearby and the sun shooting bow far away, Li Mu was confident that he could kill one of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. The collapse of the flask space at the bottom of the sea formed a turbulent whirlpool. It took a long time for it to dissipate. It was not easy for the Empress to come out. She was in the mood for fun. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were in seclusion. Li Mu did not have anything important to do, so he took her around. This place was not far from the South County and was also very close to the north. Zhou Zhong once said that there were traces of the demon sect's activities in the north. Li Mu wanted to find out more about it. North, Mount Jin. As soon as the 2 figures landed, a figure flew out from one of the halls. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and the Empress, who had turned into Shangguan Li, and asked, "Why are Lord Li and Commander Shangguan here?" Li Mu said, "You said a few days ago that there were people from the demon sect in the north. How's the situation recently?" Zhou Zhong said, "It's not optimistic. Sangu and the others eliminated some of the demon sect spies in the north. The north is temporarily stable, but the Shen Kingdom's royal family in the central state has been moving frequently in the past few months. They seem to be planning something. I suspect that they have already joined forces with the 3 Buddhist sects. If the Shen Kingdom's royal family really joined forces with the 3 Buddhist sects, then the northern state would indeed be in trouble. The Shen nation was the birthplace of Buddhism. The Shen nation's royal family had always had close ties with Buddhism. The Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Mind sect were similar in strength to the Heart sect. Each sect had a 7th realm supremacy. If they joined forces, Zhou Zhong and Li Mu wouldn't be able to stop them with just the demon corpses left here. Since he was already here, he might as well resolve the northern state's crisis before leaving. Li Mu made a decision and said to Zhou Zhong, "We will stay here for a few days." Zhou Zhong nodded and said to Sangu, who had followed them out, "Prepare a room for Lord Li and Commander Shangguan." Li Mu coughed and said, "There are 2 of us." Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "Do you need 2 rooms?" Li Mu said, of course, we're not in that kind of relationship. However, it's best if the two rooms are connected. I still have something important to discuss with Commander Shengguan. After all, he and the Empress had just broken through a thin layer of window paper. Their relationship had progressed from holding hands with great difficulty to hugging each other's waist. They were still far from living in the same room. After staying in his room for a while, Li Mu went to the Empress's room. The Empress was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu sat at the table and looked at her with one hand propping up his cheek. Zhou Yi's face gradually turned red. Then, she opened her eyes and asked angrily, have you seen enough? Li Mu smiled at her and said, I'll never see enough. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, did you often use such words to deceive other women in the past? Li Mu said, I swear, this is the first time. Li Mu really hadn't experienced much about love. With Lu Hanyan, it was like yin and yang attracting each other. Before they had even expressed their feelings, they were already inseparable from each other and wanted nothing more than to accompany each other day and night. With Li Qin, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. Everything was understood without words. With Phantom Princess, this was a shame that Li Mu didn't want to mention. His experience with the Empress was something he had never experienced before. It was like a man and a woman who had just experienced the first awakening of love, tentatively getting close. The process in between was sweet and warm. Zhou Yi lowered her head and said, don't look anymore. You're making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace. The Empress was still too shy. If it were Phantom Princess, she would have already pounced on him or entangled Li Mu on the bed. Li Mu turned around and stopped looking at her. He thought about the northern state. Actually, from the bottom of his heart, he rather hoped that the three Buddhist sects would support the royal family of the Shin Kingdom and cause trouble for the northern state. This way, he would have a reason to obtain the heavenly tomes of the three sections. The three sects were enemy forces. Li Mu couldn't make deals with them. However, they didn't provoke him. He couldn't use force either. This was bullying. In the next few days, Li Mu first did some research. Although the northern state was already independent, the thoughts and habits of the people at the bottom of the Shin Kingdom couldn't be changed overnight. Until now, there were still riots at the bottom of the northern state. The division of ranks and the ideology of men being superior to women were deeply engraved in their genes. This was a good thing for Zhou Zhong. In such a country, re-establishing order could maximize the benefits of legalism. Li Mu saw Zhou Zhong once and felt that he had become stronger. If the entire Shin Kingdom was under his control, transcendence might not be the end of his cultivation. Although legalism was a small group, if they had a suitable cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would be very shocking. At the entrance of a palace in Mount Jin, Wei Peng stood behind Zhou Zhong. He looked at the two rooms opposite him and shook his head. Why bother? Just prepare one room for them. They're together all day anyway. Zhou Zhong put his hands behind his back and said, maybe they have a lot of national affairs to discuss. In the room, after a few days of getting along with each other, the relationship between Li Mu and the Empress finally progressed further. The two sat by the bed and looked at each other. Li Mu pursed his lips. Zhou Yi blushed and then slowly closed her eyes. Li Mu took a deep breath and slowly approached her. Just as their lips were about to touch, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Li Mu's movement stopped abruptly. He panicked for a moment. The next moment, he raised his head and looked through the window into the distance. A black line appeared in the horizon at the end of his line of sight. At the same time, Zhou Zhong, who was standing in front of a palace, also flew up. At the border of the northern state, countless figures flew over. In the room, Zhou Yi's body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the air. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. He and the Empress had been together day and night, and had cultivated their feelings for each other for several days. It had not been easy for him to pry open the Empress's heart. Just now, he had only been 0.01 centimeters away from the Empress's lips. Then, he was interrupted by these damned people. Li Mu looked at the horizon. Anger burned in his heart. In the sky, hundreds of figures flew over. Their target was Mount Jean. At the very front of the crowd was a bald man with countless blood-red runes drawn on his head. He looked a little demonic as he reclined on a white jade chair. On his left and right, there were two women in his arms. The bald man's hands roamed over the two women's bodies. A young man in luxurious robes stood respectfully behind him. He said in a flattering voice, "Once we exterminate the rebels of the northern state, we will choose even more beauties for the imperial preceptor." At the front of the crowd were 3 old monks. The 3 of them stood on lotus platforms with their eyes closed. It was as if they did not want to see the lewd scene on the chair. These people were extremely fast. They soon approached Mount Jean. Sangu was already floating in the air. When he saw the 3 old monks from afar, his expression changed drastically. He said in horror, "3 supremacies." The battle had not started, but he was already in despair. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited 3 supremacies. 3 7th realm Buddhist powerhouses. In addition, there was the powerhouse on the white jade chair whose aura was not inferior to the 3 supremacies. His life was going to end today. After careful observation, he recognized that the man on the chair was the great elder of the demon Dao's Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect was notorious in the southern states. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited him. The bald man lay lazily on the chair and looked down. He did not care about Zhou Zhong, Sangu, and the others at all. However, when he glanced at the other young lady, his eyes suddenly lit up. He violently pushed the 2 women beside him away and flew straight to the young woman. His voice echoed in everyone's ears, "What a beautiful woman! Why don't you follow me?" At this moment, the space beside the young woman fluctuated. A young man appeared. The young man's expression was very ugly. A simple bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. A golden arrow pierced through the air and left a black mark in the void. It was the mark of space collapsing. The bald man did not even have time to think before the arrow pierced through his body. Boom! His body exploded. His limbs flew everywhere and were swallowed by a black hole that appeared where he was. An extremely illusory shadow tried to break free from the black hole but was still mercilessly swallowed. No! In the void, only an extremely unwilling roar was left. The black hole gradually disappeared. The bald man's figure also completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. After killing the enemy with 1 arrow, Li Mu's magic power was completely drained. Even his physical strength was exhausted. He fell powerlessly into the void and landed in a soft and fragrant embrace. Chapter 566. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Not long ago, the northern state declared independence. The Shin Emperor ignored the objections of his ministers and appointed the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder as the Shin nation's state advisor. After that, this person personally went to the ancestral court of the 3 sections. Although no one knew what happened, the 3 sects that watched the northern state declare independence suddenly agreed to help the royal family suppress the rebellion, and the 3 supremacies came together. They thought that this was a battle without suspense. Who would have thought that before the battle officially started, the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder was killed by an arrow? Even his essence spirit was not left behind. On the lotus platform, the 3 supremacies' faces were full of shock. The Shin Emperor's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Someone as strong as the state advisor was gone just like that. After a brief moment of silence, a monstrous uproar broke out. The state advisor was killed? What Dharma treasure is that? Retreat, retreat quickly. The first to react were the 3 supremacies. Although they didn't say a word, a golden light appeared under their feet. They drove the lotus platform and shot into the distance. If that bow could kill the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder, it could also kill them. But someone didn't want them to do so. Zhou Zhong took a step forward and appeared in front of one of the supremacies. He said calmly, "Since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave." The other supremacies was just about to escape when a strong suction force burst out from behind and sucked his body back. At the end of the suction force was a figure emitting demonic aura and corpse aura. No one stopped the last supremacies. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Unless he left the Shin nation, Li Mu would find him sooner or later. He lay in the Empress' arms and the scene from his dream reappeared. At this moment, he could use the mantra to recover his Dharma power, but there was no need to. Zhou Yi knew that Li Mu could quickly recover his Dharma power, but she pretended to forget. The two of them hugged quietly like this, completely ignoring the anxious battle around them. Although Zhou Zhong was strong, he wasn't at the seventh realm. It was already rare for him to be able to fight a Buddhist supremacies to a standstill with his unique skills. That demonic corpse's opponent was a similarly powerful seventh realm cultivator. It did not gain any advantage at all. When the imperial advisor was shot to death, the cultivators of the Shin kingdom behind him panicked. Now that even the venerables had fled without fighting, there was no point for them to stay here. After coming to their senses, they immediately scattered in all directions. But at this moment, a giant bell descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. Countless people attacked the bell, but they could only make it tremble slightly. The young emperor of the Shin kingdom had a dull expression on his face. This was just a personal expedition without any suspense. He had never imagined that the powerful imperial advisor and the three venerables would end up with one dead and one escaping. The other two couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The expression on Sangu's face was also very sluggish, but after the sluggishness, it was ecstasy. If they could kill an expert of the Hehuan sect with one arrow, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Shin nation. Li Mu's expression was calm. He didn't feel proud because of such a battle result. His opponent was never the Shin nation, nor was it the Hehuan sect of the demonic way. It was Xuanzong. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, how could he fight against the number one sect in the world? After cuddling with the Empress for a while, Li Mu was too embarrassed to lie in her arms. He slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot that I can quickly recover my spiritual power." He formed a hand seal and said the word Jia softly. Endless power of heaven and earth surged in, and his spiritual power quickly recovered by half. With the Jia mantra, Li Mu only needed a short time to recover his spiritual power to shoot arrow after arrow. The power of the sun's shooting bow was stronger than he imagined. The Hehuan sect's great elder was a level 7 cultivator just like the Lord of Illusions. Yet, he was unable to defend against an arrow shot with all his might. Although this arrow would have drained the spiritual energy of a normal level 6 cultivator and caused them to lose their ability to fight, it was not a loss to exchange for the death of a high-level cultivator. The demonic corpse that was fighting against a venerable was already showing signs of defeat. Li Mu drew the bow and poured in 10% of his spiritual power. Another arrow condensed on the bow and pointed at the venerable. This venerable of the Nirvana sect had already suppressed the demonic corpse. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He turned around and saw a golden arrow aimed at him. The scene of the Hehuan sect's great elder being swallowed by the black hole lingered in his mind. This arrow could really threaten his life. The venerable's expression changed. He could only raise his hands and place them flat in front of his chest to show his surrender. The young man didn't shoot that arrow. He was giving him a chance to surrender. Li Mu saw the venerable make a gesture of surrender and point the arrow at the other venerable. Without much hesitation, the old monk made the same choice as the previous venerable. After the sun's shooting bow's arrow was condensed, it couldn't be retracted. Li Mu aimed it at the sky above his head and released it. A golden light shot into the sky and finally disappeared. This time, 4 7th-level cultivators came from the Shin nation. 1 was dead, 1 escaped, and 2 were captured. The remaining cultivators of the Shin nation's defense army couldn't pose any threat at all. They were trapped in the Dao Bell and were still crazily attacking. Li Mu ignored them for the time being. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, they would be obedient. With the sun's shooting bow in hand, he looked at the two venerables who had given up resisting and said calmly, "Hand over your soul blood." The two venerables never thought that there would be a time when they would hand over their soul blood. Against an expert of the same level, they still had the strength to fight. However, that bow was so terrifying that it made them despair. The Hahuan sect's Grand Elder threatened them with the demonic path. The three sects knew how terrifying the demonic path was and had no choice but to interfere in the northern states' affairs. In the end, they had no one to blame but themselves for ending up like this. After a while, Li Mu put away the 2 drops of soul blood and said to Zhou Zhong, "One escaped. Take them with you." Just now, the venerable from the Yen sect had escaped. Zhou Zhong took the demon corpse and the other 2 venerables to the Yen sect's ancestral court. Li Mu floated in the air and carefully examined the bow in his hand. This bow gave him a great surprise today. At the same time, deep in the South Sea, on an island shrouded in ghostly fog, the stone coffin at the top of the tower suddenly opened. A skinny old man flew out of the coffin and said angrily, "Hahuan is dead." A red-robed young man sitting cross-legged in the tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red. He said in a low voice, "Who is it that can make even his essence spirit unable to escape?" The skinny old man said coldly, "I'll go and see for myself." He took a step and was already outside the tower. When he lifted his foot again, he appeared on the sea 100 miles away. Not long after, the space on the shore of the South Sea fluctuated and the skinny old man's figure appeared. He had just lifted his foot but was unable to take a step forward. On the beach not far ahead stood an old man. The old man was stooped and his face was full of spots. He did not have many strands of hair and looked like he was about to die. However, it made the 3rd forefather of the demon sect tremble in his hollow eyes. Tian Jizi, he looked at the old man and slowly spat out a few words from his throat. The old man also looked at him and said, "Go back." The 3rd forefather retracted his leg that had already stepped forward. He looked at the old man and suddenly smiled, "So what if you can calculate my movements? How can a mortal like you pry into the mysteries of heaven? You frequently pry into things you shouldn't be prying into. You don't have many years left in your lifespan, do you?" The old man said faintly, "At least before this old man dies, you can't set foot in the ancestral province." The 3rd forefather of the demon sect looked gloomy in the face of his old rival. He asked, "It's been so many years. What have you been holding on to?" The old man looked at him and asked back, "It's been 10,000 years. You didn't hesitate to pass down your memories from generation to generation and scourge the Zhu continent for 10,000 years. What is it for?" The 3rd forefather of the demon sect looked very serious. He said in a deep voice, "We're looking for a way out. We're looking for the door that was closed by your ancestors for their own selfish interests." The old man was silent for a moment and asked, "What if it's not a way out but a dead end behind the door?" The 3rd forefather of the demon sect's eyes flickered. He said, "We'll only know what's behind the door after we open it." Chapter 567. Not long after Zhou Zhong left with the demon corpse and the 2 subservient supremacies, he returned. The other 2 sects had already submitted. The supremacy of the Yen sect did not put up much resistance and handed over his soul blood. At this moment, the 3 of them were filled with regret. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. They also did not expect the Hahuan sect's 1st elder to be so weak. In order to protect themselves, they could only hand over their soul blood. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Beibang be free. In a hall on Mount Jingang, Li Mu looked at the 3 old monks and said lightly, "Hand over your sect's heavenly book." After a short silence, the 3 of them shook their heads at the same time. An old monk said, "The heavenly book is no longer in our sect." Li Mu's face darkened. He said coldly, "Do I look like I'm easy to fool?" The old monk put his palms together and said, "I swear on the name of Buddha that our sect's heavenly book was taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago. This is also the reason why Nirvana sect has been declining over the past 100 years." The other 2 old monks also said, "Our heavenly book was also taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago." Li Mu frowned. He vaguely felt that these three old monks were not lying. The heavenly book was very important. Li Mu naturally would not believe them so easily. He asked Sang-gu to lead people to investigate the three sections. He actually found out that the three Buddhist sects of the Shin nation had not had a disciple comprehending the heavenly book for 100 years. After careful investigation, he found out more secrets. More than 100 years ago, the three Buddhist sects were attacked by the Devil's sect at the same time. In the end, the Buddhist sects were defeated. Although the three sects were saved in the end, their heavenly tomes were taken away. To be precise, the powerhouses of the three Buddhist sects had used the heavenly books to exchange for the inheritance of their sections. Li Mu could not help but recall that for thousands of years, the Fu school had been attacked by the demon sect several times. However, with the help of the Dao Bell and the other sects, they had successfully repelled the demon sect powerhouses each time. The other sects, including Xuanzong, had the same experience. The Buddhist sect was weaker than the Taoist sect and could not resist the invasion of the devil path. It was no wonder that in the past 100 years, the mainland's Buddhist sects were not as good as before. If not for the fact that the ancestral court of the Heart sect was in the Great Zhou, they would probably end up in the same situation as these three sections. In short, Li Mu would not be able to obtain the heavenly book from them. Since then, of the confirmed heavenly sutra pages on the continent, 1 page was in Xuanzong's hands, 9 pages were in Li Mu's hands, and the remaining 14 pages were likely controlled by the demonic path. Wanting to obtain them wouldn't be easy. Li Mu temporarily stopped thinking about the heavenly book. This time, the Shin Kingdom's emperor had personally led the expedition. He had also brought a group of personal guards and the Shin Kingdom's nobles. All of them had been imprisoned in the Dao Bell. At this moment, they had already given up resisting and completely accepted their fate. If Li Mu was willing, he could incorporate the Shin nation into the Great Zhou territory in a very short period of time. But he had no intention of doing so. The two nations had different races, different systems, and different beliefs. Even if he conquered the Shin nation, there wouldn't be many benefits. Instead, it would bury a huge hidden danger for the future. Moreover, the imperial court was already unable to manage the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. If they added the Shin nation, they might not be able to manage it. Yesterday, a tsunami had occurred in the South Sea without warning. Several states near the sea had suffered varying degrees of flooding. If the Shin nation became a part of the Great Zhou, such matters of comforting the people and providing disaster relief would become part of the Great Zhou's responsibility. If the Shin nation was in trouble, the Great Zhou would have to waste money and manpower. Even if the imperial court agreed, the people might not agree. It was better to hand the Shin nation over to Zhou Zhong. He could use the Shin nation to advance, and the Great Zhou would no longer have to worry about the south. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Li Mu also planned to build state temples in the various states of the Shin nation. There were many people in the Shin nation. Even if each person's psyche power was very small, when gathered together, it would be very considerate. Connecting these state temples with the Great Zhou's ancestral temple could accelerate the formation of the emperor's qi. However, the more than 20 states of the Shin nation had always been independent. It would not be easy to complete this plan. For a long time to come, what they needed to do was to subdue the various states. With Zhou Zhong's current power, it was only a matter of time before he completely integrated the Shin nation. The situation of the Shin nation had been settled. There was no need for Li Mu and the Empress to stay here. He used a sound-transmitting ritual implement to ask Xian Jizi. The two women were still in seclusion. The time it took for high-level cultivators to break through to the next realm varied from person to person. There was no pattern to it. Some people's fateful encounters would allow them to break through to the next realm in an instant. Some people needed days, months, or even years. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should not need that long. Judging from the effects of the pills they had taken, it would take them at most 3 months to completely refine the effects of the pills. When he and the Empress returned to Shendu, Shangguanli had already successfully broken through to the next realm. Mr. Mei was still in seclusion. The saint-level pills could only greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the next realm. Whether or not the cultivator could break through to the next realm depended on themselves. Without Mr. Mei, Li Mu, and the Empress were of course more at ease. They could draw together in Changle Palace. In the name of discussing state affairs, they could dismiss the guards and maids, stroll in the imperial garden and admire the flowers. Or they could change their appearances and eat a bowl of noodles at a roadside noodle stall, fly a kite together, and watch the sunrise and sunset together. However, Shangguan Li's existence often disturbed their plans to spend time together. Because Qing Xian was always with the Empress, she had already been sent to a few dry counties to make rain. She would not be back for at least half a month. Shangguan Li was the Empress's personal female official. She should be by the Empress's side all the time. Once or twice was enough to send her away, but if it happened too many times, it was inevitable that the Empress would become suspicious. Li Mu was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have cut corners in her pill. If the effect of the pill was not so good, she might still be in seclusion now instead of being the third wheel between the two of them. In Changle Palace, Li Mu was reading a booklet. Zhou Yi was drawing. Shangguan Li stood behind her, waiting for orders. Li Mu and Zhou Yi looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Zhou Yi coughed softly and said, "Ali, go to the National Treasury and check if there are any more pills, fulu, and the like. If there are not enough, let the Ministry of Revenue go to the shops of the various sects to buy more." A trace of doubt appeared in Shangguan Li's eyes. These small matters were all handled by specialized officials. There was no need for her to go at all. Moreover, the Empress had never liked these complicated affairs of state. Why was she so concerned about these matters recently? The day before yesterday, she had gone to the Department of Worship to supervise the offerings. Yesterday, she had gone to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts. Today, she had gone to the National Treasury to check the inventory. Why did she feel that the Empress was intentionally sending her away? At this time, Zhou Yi said to Li Mu, "You've been reading the booklets for a long time. After you finish reading these, go back and rest." Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." This was the secret code that the Empress and he had agreed on. The meaning of this sentence was that Li Mu should go back first and that the two of them would meet at the Li residence in a moment. If it was just sending away Shangguan Li and leaving Li Mu in Changle Palace, the purpose would be too obvious. This way, Ali would not have any suspicions. Shangguan Li also agreed and walked out of Changle Palace with a belly full of doubts. Li Mu looked through a few booklets. Seeing that Shangguan Li had already walked far away, he exchanged a look with the Empress and also directly left the palace. He first bought a fish and some fresh vegetables at the market and cooked with the Empress. It was also a different kind of sweetness and romance. When he returned home, Li Mu pushed open the door and saw that there was already a figure standing in the courtyard. Towards these kinds of things, she was always more impatient than he was. He walked over and hugged the Empress who had turned into Shangguan Li from behind. He asked, "What do you want to eat today?" The delicate body in his arms trembled. Soon after, he was blasted away by a tyrannical transcendence energy. Shangguan Li retreated a few steps and looked at Li Mu with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Li Mu looked at her in shock and muttered, "You." Shangguan Li crossed her arms in front of her chest and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Li Mu instantly realized and immediately said, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As his voice fell, the space in the Li residence fluctuated and another Shangguan Li appeared in the courtyard. The two Shangguan Li looked at each other. One was shocked and the other was flustered. Chapter 568. Shangguan Li came to the Li mansion to ask Li Mu if he felt that Her Majesty was a little strange recently, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. She stood behind Li Mu. After the shock, she said angrily, "Who are you?" Zhou Yi went through the initial panic, but soon calmed down and returned to her original appearance. Seeing the familiar figure, Shangguan Li trembled and said in disbelief, "Your Majesty." She was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Her Majesty would change into her appearance and come to the Li mansion, until she remembered a rumor in Chengdu these days. It was a rumor that Li Mu and the Empress' personal maid were strolling hand in hand. Only now did she finally realize that it wasn't a rumor. Zhou Yi walked to the door of the study and said, "Ali, come in with me." Shang Guanli glanced at Li Mu and walked into the study in a panic. After a long time, she came out of the study, looked at Li Mu again, and then strode out of the Li mansion. Zhou Yi walked to the yard and said, "It's fine if Ali knows. She won't tell anyone." As she spoke, she sighed softly in her heart. In the past, she always hid it, worried that it would be discovered. Out of helplessness, she felt a little better after telling Ali about it. In the future, she didn't have to hide these things in her heart, but could share them with someone. Li Mu also felt that this was a good thing. At least he didn't have to hide from Ali in the future. However, he always felt that since Li Mu knew about this, the way Ali looked at him was a little strange, as if Li Mu had stolen something important from her. Li Mu could understand her on this point. After all, as the Empress' personal maid, she was the only one who was favored. Now that the Empress's favor was given to him, it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Just like Li Mu didn't want her to compete with him for favor in the past. Since leaving the Zhou family, the Empress had no relatives. Ali and Mr. Mei were the closest people to her, just like her family. And the Empress's family was his family. Li Mu also didn't want Ali to be sad because she was neglected, so when he brought breakfast of love for the Empress, he would also bring a portion for her. Occasionally, he would prepare a small gift for the Empress so that he wouldn't forget her. Finally, one day, Shang Guanli no longer looked at Li Mu as if something important had been taken away. However, her gaze became very vigilant. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Mu, "Let me tell you, don't even think about having any ideas about me. I don't like men." Li Mu understood what she meant and frowned. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Shang Guanli looked at him indifferently and asked, "Isn't that so?" Li Mu couldn't refute. In order to show that he didn't have any other thoughts about her, he stretched out his hand and said, "Then give me back what I gave you." Shang Guanli was stunned and asked, "How can there be someone like you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "I'm just proving to you that I don't have any other thoughts about you." Shang Guanli gritted her teeth and took off a hairpin from her hair. She also took off 2 delicate earrings and put them heavily in Li Mu's hand. She asked, "Is this enough?" These women's accessories were given to her by Li Mu when he gave the Empress gifts. Li Mu put them away and said, "You also ate my breakfast many times." Shang Guanli's face darkened and said, "I will give it back to you." Li Mu continued, "You also took my breakthrough pill." Shang Guanli said angrily, "That was given to me by Her Majesty." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "All right, that doesn't count." Shang Guanli left in a huff. Not far away, Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who were leaning on the white jade railing in front of the square, shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Chun said with a face full of indignation, "How can someone like Lord Li be surrounded by beauties?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "You don't understand. This is called doing the opposite. It's an even more brilliant method." "I think Commander Shangguan will fall soon." Zhang Chun shook his head again and sighed, "He is still too young. He doesn't know how good a woman is and mistook a girl for a treasure." "Isn't Commander Mei more charming than Commander Shangguan?" Early in the morning when he was reading through the reports, Li Mu didn't see Shangguan Li. Some women were beautiful and had beautiful thoughts. Li Mu couldn't even take care of his own family matters, so how could he have any thoughts about her? He was reading a few reports when suddenly, footsteps came from outside the hall. Shang Guanli walked in with a bowl in her hand. She put the bowl in front of Li Mu and said, "This is back to you." Li Mu looked at the black thing in the bowl and raised his head to look at her and asked, "Is this what I gave you?" "Even if I gave it to Qing Xian wouldn't eat it." Shang Guanli took a look at the bowl, picked it up and left silently. Not long after, a busy figure appeared in the imperial kitchen. The imperial chefs didn't know what was going on. Commander Shangguan, who was of noble status, actually began to practice her cooking skills. This caused countless people to speculate. Many people thought that she should have someone she liked. A gentleman would die for someone who understood him, and a woman would dress up for someone who liked her. It made sense that Commander Shangguan, who only knew how to fight and kill, would practice the skills that ordinary women should have for someone she liked. In the Changle Palace, Li Mu put down the report in his hand. He breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and stretched his body. Recently, all kinds of things were developing according to his plan. With the participation of the 5 Taoist sects and the aristocratic families of the southern countries, the operation of the Wishing Lane was completely on the right track. It became the largest cultivation market on the Zhou continent, attracting cultivators from all over the world. The imperial court profited greatly from the market. The treasury was quickly filled, and they could attract more and more powerful worshippers. There was also good news from Yingzhou. The southern army found several mineral veins in the miasma of Yingzhou, including a small spiritual jade mine. They didn't need much help from the imperial court. They could be self-sufficient and even subsidize the imperial court. In the Shin Kingdom, Zhou Zhong replaced the royal family of the Shin Kingdom with iron and blood. Aragu, who was born a pariah, became the nominal emperor of the Shin Kingdom. Although there was fierce opposition from the nobles, under the strong suppression of Sangu and the 3 sects, the voices of opposition in the country disappeared without a trace. As for the sects that actually controlled the various states, there were no top-level powerhouses in them. After several transcendent powerhouses came to visit, they could only choose to submit. In the imperial palace, in the ancestral temple of the Great Zhou, there was a bronze cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was a thick golden line that extended to the giant cauldron in the center of the ancestral temple. The golden dragon in the giant cauldron was much stronger than when Li Mu first saw it. The golden light on its body was even more dazzling. Only the dozens of scales on its tail were slightly dimmer. When these scales completely turned from dark gold to gold, it would be the time when the Emperor Qi matured. Li Mu walked out of the ancestral temple. Before he reached the Changle Palace, there was a sudden surge of aura from one of the palaces in the palace. Li Mu looked at the palace, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of the palace. Mr. Mei walked out of the palace. His aura was restrained, and he looked a few years younger. Li Mu clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Sister Mei." The Empress and Shangguanli appeared at the same time. Shangguanli looked at Mr. Mei and couldn't help but walk forward. She pinched his face and exclaimed, "Why can you become younger after breaking through?" Chapter 569. It wasn't that Mr. Mei became younger when he broke through the realm. It was just that every time he broke through the realm, his body and primordial spirit would undergo a sublimation. In the process of breaking through, her skin became more delicate, so she looked younger. When Shangguanli broke through, her body also underwent such changes. However, she was young, so the changes didn't seem to be big. Even Mr. Mei had broken through. He wondered how Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were doing in Mount Baiyun. Li Mu planned to ask Xian Jizi, but the sound transmission magic instrument from Fulu School vibrated on its own. In the imperial kitchen, Shangguanli was carefully boiling a bowl of soup. Mr. Mei walked in and asked, "Ali, what are you doing?" Shangguanli added some spices and said angrily, "Can't you see? I'm spooning." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "When did you become interested in these things?" Shangguanli said lightly, "Recently." Mr. Mei picked up a spoon and reached for the bowl. Shangguanli hit the back of his hand. Shanghai Li said, "If you want to eat, make it yourself. It's not for you." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "Then who is it for? Is it for His Majesty?" Then she denied this conjecture. If it was given to His Majesty, Ali would definitely be happy, and not have this expression of someone who owed her a huge debt, as if she wanted to spit in the soup. She thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Is it for Li Mu?" Shangguanli hated Li Mu so much that her teeth itched. Not only did he take His Majesty away from her, but he also treated her like that. However, she couldn't tell Sister Mei about this, even if she was one of the closest people to her. Her expression was calm as she said indifferently, "It's nothing." The reason why we were able to break through was because of him. I originally wanted to return the favor and thank him, but he didn't seem to lack anything, so I cooked for him as a token of my appreciation. Lord May thought for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Then shouldn't I thank him as well? But how should I thank him? By the time Shangwanli finished preparing the soup and arrived at Changle Palace with Mr. May, Li Mu had already left. Mr. May looked around, walked to the front of the hall, and whispered to Zhou Yi, "Your Majesty, where is Li Mu?" Zhou Yi's tone was somewhat resentful as he said, "His wife has made a breakthrough in her cultivation and returned to Mount Baiyun." Mr. May looked at Queen in surprise. When Li Mu left Fairy's capital in the past, she was not happy, but she was more reluctant to part with him. This time, however, she was more upset. She was sure that something must have happened while she was in seclusion. When she was patrolling the palace with Shangwanli, she asked, "Did something happen between Your Majesty and Li Mu?" Shangwanli raised her eyebrows. She pretended to be calm and asked, "What happened?" Mr. May thought for a moment and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that Your Majesty is a bit strange." "Not only Your Majesty, but you are also very strange." Shangwanli shook her head and said, "You're being paranoid. You're overthinking it, Mount Baiyun." Li Mu had just received the news from Xian Jizi and rushed back as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing successfully made a breakthrough in their cultivation on the same day and entered the Dongxian realm. Within 10 years, the ancestral temple had produced 2 strands of Emperor's Qi. They had hopes of reaching the Transcendence realm. During this time, thanks to the endless supply of pills, many low-level disciples of the school had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The overall strength of the Fulu school had quietly risen to a new level. Li Mu took them back to his ancestral home in Yangqiu County to stay for a few days and reminisce about the past. Then, he took them to various parts of the Zhou continent. They left their traces in each of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. They watched the sunrise in Yuntai County, watched the sunset in Hanyang County, skied on the snowy mountains in Jiangyin County, and rode horses on the grasslands in Yantai County. They experienced all the infinite sceneries of the Great Zhou. Eastern Sea, Yingzhou. On the east coast of Yingzhou, 3 streaks of light slowly flew over from the sea. These days, Li Mu took the 2 girls to experience the underwater world. They happened to be in Yingzhou, so they decided to go to Yingzhou to have a look. Although Yingzhou was large, it was not suitable for humans to live in. There were many monsters and poisonous insects. Apart from a few natives, there were no countries here. The headquarters of the Corpse sect and the research organization of the School of Moism led by Mo Li were both in the hinterland of Yingzhou. Li Mu and the other 2 descended from the sky. When they approached a seemingly ordinary mountain, a few thick pillars of white light suddenly flew out from the mountain. The white light was extremely fast and carried with it a destructive force. If a transcendent realm cultivator was hit by this attack, they would probably die on the spot. Li Mu waved his hand to dispel these attacks. A few people flew out from the mountain. "Lord Li! Stop the attack, it's Lord Li!" They flew to Li Mu and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Li." Li Mu landed in the middle of the mountain and saw a row of cannons extending outwards. The white light just now came from this row of cannons. Mo Li hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists towards Li Mu. "This is a no-fly zone. These mechanisms have arrays that automatically sense mana fluctuations. Once they discover an intruder, they will attack. Please don't take offense, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's fine." The Mahist clan was indeed a genius in the field of mechanisms. Using this artifact to guard the city was much more suitable than using humans. The formation would automatically sense the intruder and launch an indiscriminate attack. Even if it was unable to kill the intruder, it would be able to raise the alarm immediately. Although they could not threaten cultivators of the 5th realm and above, killing a 4th realm cultivator was only a matter of 1 cannon. If the army was equipped with these things on a large scale, they would become a nightmare for the low-level cultivators of the enemy forces. Li Mu said to Mo Li, "What other mechanisms do you have? Let me see them." As the successor of the School of Moism, Immortal knew the complete art of mechanisms. In the past, because he lacked manpower and financial resources, he could not display the school of Moism's mechanisms. Now that he had the support of the Great Zhou, he could turn many powerful mechanisms from blueprints into reality in a short time. The self-defense cannon that Li Mu had seen was only one of them. Referring to Li Mu's suggestion, he had also successfully developed another mechanism. This mechanism was very similar to modern tanks in appearance. There was a formation carved at the bottom and it could be used on land and in the air. The entire mechanism was made from the hard materials used to forge artifacts. Although the cost of production was high, its defense was extremely strong. Even a sixth realm cultivator would not be able to break through it in a short time. As long as a third realm cultivator controlled it simply and filled it with spiritual jades, it could become a killing machine. It only required one spiritual jade to kill low-level cultivators. It was also a fatal threat to fifth realm cultivators. Just from the price, the materials of a single mechanical tank could be used to forge many artifacts. If it were not for the Great Zhou's wealth, they would not be able to afford to mass-produce it. However, the advantages of this mechanism were also irreplaceable. It had the attack power of the fifth realm and above. As long as it had spiritual jades, it would never run out of mana. Its defense was extremely strong and its attack power was extremely high. If there were tens of thousands of these mechanisms, they could raise a small country to the ground in an instant. They could also make Xuanzong disappear from the East Sea. Other than this kind of attack mechanism, the Mahist sect also had some small auxiliary mechanisms. Their voice transmission Dharma artifacts were unique. A mother box could have countless child boxes. The mother box could establish a connection with the child boxes. This way, Li Mu did not need to bring so many voice transmission Dharma artifacts. He only needed to hold a mother box and he could easily communicate with the person who had the child boxes. Li Mu asked Immortal to prepare dozens of child boxes for him. He gave one to Lu Hanyan and one to Li Qing. When he returned, he would give one each to Wan Wan, Xiaobai, Sister Mei, and Ali. After that, he imprinted the Fulu, formation, and artifact forging knowledge that Immortal might use in a jade scroll. If he could comprehend it, there was still the possibility of improvement in the Mahist sect's mechanical arts. After leaving Yingzhou, Li Mu went to the fairies' capital with them. At the same time, in the demon nation of life state, Hu Jiu led a few subordinates and floated on top of a mountain. She could not help but shiver when she saw the tragic situation below. In a cave abode on the mountain, a small demon clan was slaughtered. The demon nation was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This kind of thing happened from time to time. However, since these small demon clans submitted to the Thousand Fox Nation, no matter how powerful the demon clans in the demon nation were, they did not dare to do anything to them. What was even more frightening was that this demon clan had died in a very strange way. There were no wounds on their bodies, but the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. There was not a single drop left. They had all turned into dried corpses. There was still a look of horror on their faces. That was not all. Not only this small demon clan, there was not a single living thing within a 10-mile radius of the mountain. Whether it was the birds, the beasts, or the small demons in the mountain, they all seemed to have turned into mummified corpses at the same time. The mountain was dead silent. Hu Jiu and the other demons could even hear their own breathing. An extremely strange atmosphere was spreading among them. Chapter 570. In the past month, the entire Yao nation was shrouded in a horrifying atmosphere. In the territories of Qianhu Nation, Tianlang Nation, Xian Snake Tribe, and Flying Bear Tribe, a number of shocking incidents happened. More than a dozen small and medium-sized Yao tribes were slaughtered overnight. These demon clan members had died a horrible death. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry, leaving behind only withered demon clan corpses. What was even more terrifying was that not only were the demon clan members slaughtered, but even the demon clan members nearby that did not have any intelligence were also sucked dry. This incident caused the entire Yao nation to panic. Qianhu Nation, in the cave abode on the highest peak. The Blue Wolf King's face was pale as he muttered, "Demonic path, it must be the demonic path. This is the method of the demonic path." That elder of the demonic path did the same to heal himself. The Lord of Illusions narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The elders of the sage sect are inhumane. We can't let this go on. Absorbing so much blood essence at once, I'm afraid someone is using it to cultivate the demonic art. If we let him go, he will become stronger and more difficult to deal with," the Blue Wolf King said. "If it's really those people, we're no match for them. If we want to kill an elder of the sage sect, I'm afraid we'll have to call that bear and that snake together." The Lord of Illusions looked out of the cave abode and said, "Looks like it's time to go to Tianshan Mountain and the Snake Swamp." In the extreme north of the Yao Nation, on an ice field. The vast northern territory of the Xing continent was the territory of the Tianshan Bear tribe. The climate here was extremely cold, and the land was covered in snow all year round. Stepping into the northern ice field, all one could see was white. At this moment, there was a glaring red on one of the ice fields. A few white bears fell on the ice, their blood soaking a large area of the ice beneath them. The blood was still spreading in all directions, and the few white bears had long lost their vitality. A sinister human youth in a red robe floated in the air. Looking at the blood on the ice, he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and whispered, "The blood of a familiar expert." He took a deep breath, and the blood under the ice gathered toward him, forming a river of blood that merged into his body. The young man shuddered. His aura grew stronger, and his face regained some color. The white bears on the ice had all turned into shriveled corpses. The young man looked at the abnormally strong corpse of a giant bear. With a wave of his hand, the bear corpse disappeared. He muttered, "When old Five wakes up, it wouldn't be a bad idea to refine her into a demonic corpse." After collecting the bear carcass, he was about to leave when a white light suddenly whizzed towards him from the north. The white light carried a powerful aura. Before it even arrived, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. "Who killed my son?" The young man looked in that direction, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "After killing the little one, the big one has come." He was only at the 6th level of cultivation, but he showed no fear in the face of an aura that was much more powerful than his own. A foul river of blood surged out from his body once more, blotting out the sky as it rushed towards the figure in the distance. The river of blood and the white light collided, and a powerful wave of mana exploded. The ice plains within a radius of dozens of miles immediately collapsed, forming countless icicles that pierced towards the red-robed young man. The icicles almost filled the void, and the young man had nowhere to hide. His body suddenly turned into a pool of blood, allowing the icicles to pass through him. Then, he turned into a streak of blood light and merged into the river of blood in the distance. As the young man's body merged into the river of blood began to surge violently, as if it was boiling. In an instant, it enveloped the giant in the white light, forming a constantly shrinking ball of blood. The ball of blood scurried around in the air above the ice plains, and at the same time, it was also constantly shrinking. The surface of the ball of blood surged even more violently, and from within came roars of shock and panic. "What the hell are you?" Within the ball of blood, the young man's voice was sinister. "To be able to contribute blood essence to this lord, your death is not without value." With that, the ball of blood suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then it began to expand violently. In the end, it exploded with a bang, and a streak of white light escaped, shooting off into the distance. The young man returned to his original form, but his face was rather pale. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "It's been too long since I've fought. I've underestimated these juniors." His aura was much weaker than before, so he did not continue to pursue. Instead, he turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared in the opposite direction of the white light. A day later, on Sky Mountain. Within a huge ice cave, the Nine-Heaven Snake King stared at a burly man with a withered aura. He said in shock, "What? Even you were no match for that person?" The White Bear King still had lingering fear. He said, "If I hadn't self-destructed the artifact I'd nurtured for 60 years to escape, I probably would have died at the hands of that human." The Blue Wolf Demon King asked, "Which demonic Tao transcending elder injured you?" The White Bear King shook his head. He said, "Not a demonic elder. That person was only at the 6th level." The Blue Wolf King was in disbelief. He blurted out, "Impossible. How could a 6th level almost kill you? You think everyone is like that, lord?" The White Bear King said seriously, "I'm sure he's only at the 6th level, but his divine art is too strange. I've never seen such a strange and terrifying divine art before. Where did this person come from? How come I've never heard of him before?" The Blue Wolf King asked suspiciously, "Is it not demonic?" "It's demonic." The Heaven Lord of Illusions was silent for a moment. He then said slowly, "I've read the history of the demon sect. Every few hundred or 1,000 years, a few powerful cultivators would suddenly appear in the demon sect. They were so powerful that they could kill and transcend through Dongxian. The divine art that the human bear mountain mentioned was also recorded in the ancient records. Every 300 or 400 years, a powerful cultivator would appear who was good at using blood arts. It's been more than 400 years since the last powerful cultivator died." The 9-Heaven Snake King said, "If it's demonic, then things are even more troublesome. This person has the power to kill us now. When his demonic arts are perfected and his cultivation improves, even if we work together, we might not be his match. At that time, even if we don't go to him, he'll come to us." The powerful cultivators of the Demon Nation all had serious expressions. The Demon Nation had once been at odds with the Great Zhou, but only a portion of the demon forces were involved. The civil strife that followed was just a war between the Celestial Wolf Tribe and the Thousand Fox Tribe. However, the situation now was different. Small demon clans had been destroyed under the 4 major forces. The mastermind's hand had already reached out to the White Bear King. If they ignored it, this would become the greatest catastrophe in the Demon Nation in the past few hundred years. The Heaven Lord of Myriad Illusions swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Everyone is well aware of the situation in the demon country. I hope that in the coming days, we can put aside our past grudges and join forces to deal with our common enemy." The White Bear King and the 9-Heaven Snake King looked at each other and nodded slowly. Among the 4 great factions of the demonic kingdom, the Wolf Clan and the Fox Clan had somehow formed an alliance. Even though there had always been territorial disputes and conflicts of interest between them, for now, they had a common enemy. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful enemy. They had to work together to survive the Demon Nation's crisis. After a short secret discussion, the 4 major forces of the Demon Nation officially formed an alliance. The Heaven Lord of Illusions looked at the weak White Bear King and took out a bottle of pills. He poured out a pill and threw it to the White Bear King, saying, "There might be a fierce battle ahead. Take this pill and your injuries will recover." As the Heaven Lord of Illusions opened the jade bottle, the other 3 demon kings immediately smelled a medicinal fragrance. Judging from the fragrance, this pill was definitely not an ordinary one. Pills that could be effective on 7th realms were already very precious. Furthermore, the demon race was not good at refining pills. Such pills were even harder to find in the Demon Nation. The Heaven Lord of Illusions actually had an entire bottle, which made the other demons envious. The White Bear King accepted the pill and cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Brother Illusions. I wonder how much this pill costs. I will pay you with spiritual jades." The Heaven Lord of Illusions waved his hand and said proudly, "It's just 1 pill. It's nothing. My son-in-law gave me several bottles. I won't be able to finish them all in a short time." The White Bear King said enviously, "Brother Illusions has found a good son-in-law. It's a pity that my daughters don't have this fate." The Green Wolf King glanced at him and said, "Forget about your daughters. They're all big and burly. Which human would like them? But those girls from the Jiotian clan know how to pester people. That man is very lecherous. Jiotian, you might as well." The Heaven Lord of Illusions' face darkened and said coldly, "Green Demon, I advise you to mind your own business." Chapter 571. Baiyun Mountain. Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing had just spent a beautiful and shameless time together. They stayed in Shendu for a few days before returning to the ancestral court. Some ancient lost cultivation techniques could be cultivated much faster than Taoism's guided qi refinement. Li Mu had already cultivated Ao Qing's secret dual cultivation technique for some time. Often, one night was equivalent to 10 days of qi refinement. Ao Qing was able to cultivate to the 9th realm because of his cultivation technique. It was also inseparable from his huge harem. This cultivation technique was originally very suitable for the dragon race. It could not only satisfy the dragon's lustful physiological needs, but it was also a top-notch cultivation technique. Speaking of which, it seemed like it was tailor-made for Li Mu. However, in these 2 days, Li Mu could cultivate qi refinement in an honest manner. After Lu Hanyan and Li Qing's cultivation broke through, their status was promoted from core disciples to first seats. In the 6 sects, any disciple whose cultivation reached Dongxian could occupy a peak independently and recruit disciples. Yuzhen Zi had already transcended. Baiyin Mountain was left to Lu Hanyan to manage. Li Qing was the head disciple, and her cultivation had reached Dongxian. She also had the qualifications to open a peak. She was originally a disciple of Xian Peak. After her promotion, Xian Peak's first seat, Yu Quanzi, relinquished his position and completely handed over Xian Peak to her. The Talisman Pi sect used to recruit disciples once every 4 years. After taking over the Talisman Pi sect, Li Mu changed this rule. The Talisman Pi sect and the Mysterious sect were on par with each other in terms of high-level combat strength. However, the gap between the 2 sects in terms of low-level disciples was too huge. If the Talisman Pi sect still used the previous rule, it was unknown when they would be able to catch up with the Mysterious sect. Fulu's school didn't cooperate much with the imperial court in the past. It was difficult to recruit disciples from the common people. Currently, the Fulu school had already begun a deep cooperation with the imperial court. Some time ago, Li Mu had asked the empress to select people of suitable age and decent aptitude within the 36 counties, and then have the school contact their families. Being able to join such a cultivation sect was undoubtedly a good thing for ordinary people to completely change their fates. Not only would they be able to learn new skills, but their families would also not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. They might even be able to achieve meteoric success. Very few people would reject such an opportunity. Therefore, during this period of time, there were many new faces in White Cloud Mountain. These people were divided equally among the peaks and were temporarily handed over to the young disciples. They would lead these new disciples onto the path of cultivation. After flying out of the White Cloud Peak, Li Mu arrived at the Purple Cloud Peak. 2 female disciples who were chatting immediately stood up straight, puffed out their chests, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Martial Uncle." Li Mu smiled at them and walked toward the Holy Ji Palace. When Li Mu entered the Holy Ji Palace, an older female disciple said to the younger one, "Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the sect master's junior brother. According to seniority, we should address him as Martial Uncle. Don't get it wrong in the future." The younger female disciple was puzzled, "But I heard that Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the Taoist companion of the head monk. If that's the case, we should address him as Martial Uncle." The older female disciple was stunned for a moment. Then, she shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about that. This is the sect. If you see him in the future, just address him as Martial Uncle." The female disciple who had just joined the sect thought for a moment and mumbled, "If that's the case, wouldn't the head monk have to address his Taoist companion as Martial Uncle? That's too strange." Before she could finish, her senior sister knocked her on the head. The older female disciple reprimanded her, "This is White Cloud Mountain, not the secular world. You have to treat the elders of the sect with respect. Don't talk about them casually." The younger female disciple nodded and walked away as if she had been taught a lesson. The older female disciple then mumbled softly, "It's a little strange to not talk about them." 3 days later, a figure flew out of White Cloud Mountain and headed towards the Life Continent's Fey Nation. Li Mu, who had changed his appearance, flew through the air at a steady pace. The current him was definitely a thorn in the side of the fiends. Even though his cultivation had reached Dongxian, he was still far from being invincible. Ignoring the fact that the fiends might have eighth realms, if the Yu and Ming elders were to block his path again, it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone. Therefore, before leaving the Fulu school, he changed his appearance and used a heaven-ranked Fulu to conceal his heavenly secrets. Even high-level experts would not be able to divine his whereabouts. It had been a long time since he saw Huan Ji. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were busy with the sex matters and did not have the time to bother with him. He decided to stay in the Fey Nation for a few days to prevent Huan Ji from feeling upset. After returning to the Fey Nation, Li Mu acutely sensed that the atmosphere was a little off. In the past, the Fey Nation was filled with demonic energy. Some greater demons did not even bother to conceal their auras. Their auras soared into the sky and could be sensed from far away. However, at this time, Li Mu was flying above the Fey Nation. All he could feel was a deathly stillness. There was not a single strand of demonic energy that soared into the sky. Some lesser demons were doing their best to conceal their demonic energy and were hiding in their caves. The atmosphere was very strange. If there was only one place, then it would be fine. But after flying for 1,000 miles, he had encountered such strange situations all the way. He could not help but feel suspicious. A few hundred miles ahead was the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu wanted to increase his speed, but he suddenly sensed an abnormal aura. He sniffed and smelled a faint scent of blood. This blood aura was extremely faint, but it gave Li Mu a very uncomfortable feeling. He was bewildered as he followed the blood aura and finally came to a valley. In the valley, there was a blood lake. The blood lake was surging and countless dead demons were drowning in it. The water and blood in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only withered corpses floating in the blood lake. A young man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged in the center of the blood lake. Wisps of blood mist rose from the blood lake and were absorbed into his body. Heretical cultivation. This bloody purgatory scene made Li Mu's stomach churn. A thought immediately arose in his mind. There were countless paths of cultivation. There were righteous paths that relied on one's own efforts to cultivate. There were also evil paths that coveted shortcuts and harmed others to benefit oneself. Heretical cultivation was something that everyone had the right to punish. Although this was the Fey Nation and this person was killing demons, this was already the territory of the Thousand Fox Nation. He was killing the demons under Phantom Princess and Li Mu. Just as Li Mu thought of this, the young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the blood lake seemed to have sensed the intruder. His closed eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes and headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and a silver array appeared in front of him. In the next instant, the blood-red light shot onto the array. The array that Li Mu had formed at the last minute collapsed and the two beams of blood-red light also dispersed. The young man in the center of the blood lake slowly stood up and stared at Li Mu with a greedy gaze. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. His voice was soft and feminine. I didn't expect such a powerhouse to come to me. Li Mu looked at the blood-robed young man and his gaze turned serious. This person's aura was around the middle stage of the sixth realm. However, the threat he posed was even greater than the Yu and Ming elders. What shocked him even more was that this person was about the same age as him, but his cultivation level was much higher than his. After all, Li Mu had relied on his own efforts to achieve his current cultivation level. The willpower of countless people in the divine capital, the inheritance of the Dragon King, and the countless opportunities he had encountered during his cultivation journey. How did this person, who was about the same age as him, cultivate to be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation level? The heretical cultivation clearly did not want to let Li Mu go. Before Li Mu could think further, the blood river in the valley had already surged up. The huge waves seemed to want to swallow Li Mu whole. Thousands of sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu and sank into the blood river. Then, they exploded. Countless holes appeared in the blood river, but they gathered together in the next instant. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. Li Mu frowned slightly. He had not fought with the heretical cultivation many times. These heretical supernatural powers were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. With another thought, a gust of wind blew behind him. The gust of wind mixed with raindrops blew the blood river away. This time, it was the young man's turn to frown. He said in a low voice, "Call the wind and summon the rain. You, a human, know this supernatural power. Those old fogies of the dragon clan did not chase after you." As he muttered to himself, his figure disappeared from where he stood. A blood shadow went straight for Li Mu. The Qingxian sword in Li Mu's hand flashed with countless streaks of lightning as it slashed across the sky. The blood shadow was sliced into two halves before quickly fusing back together. The evil cultivator's hands turned into two blood blades as they slashed towards Li Mu. Golden light flashed on Li Mu's body and a golden armor appeared. The blood blades slashed at the golden armor. Li Mu's figure retreated quickly, and the blood shadow was also sent flying. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Li Mu did not use the protection of the Dao Bell, nor did he use Ao Qing's spear. He was confident that he could deal with any cultivator of the same level with his supernatural powers. The two figures had just separated when they charged at each other again. In the next 15 minutes, the sky was filled with the light of supernatural powers. Mountains collapsed one after another. Monsters and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles all fled. Another 15 minutes later, Li Mu floated in the void and looked at the blood shadow opposite him. His chest rose and fell slightly, but there was a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Sure enough, he could not underestimate anyone in the world. He had fought with the heretical cultivation for so long, but he had not gained the upper hand at all. Not only was this person's supernatural power strange, causing him to almost lose several times, but what was even more strange was that this person's fighting experience was so rich that it was unbelievable. In close combat, Li Mu could only fight to a draw with him using the fighting formula. In terms of long-range combat, Li Mu had been suppressed from the very beginning. After fighting with this person for half an hour, Li Mu gained a lot of knowledge. Supernatural powers could be used and linked in such a way. Using two different kinds of supernatural powers at the same time or in combination had a completely different effect than using them separately. After fighting for a short while, Li Mu realized that this heretical cultivation's fighting experience was far from what he could compare to. If it were not for the fact that he could shrink the distance and move out of the range of the supernatural powers in an instant, he would have been defeated by this person at least 16 times in the fight just now. Li Mu was shocked, and the Blood River ancestor was even more terrified. He had tens of thousands of years of fighting experience, and it was not difficult for him to kill enemies of a higher realm. Yet, he could not take down a 6th realm junior whose cultivation was lower than his. This person was not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation was Dongxian. His fighting experience was so rich that even he felt inferior. He even began to suspect that this person was also reincarnated with the memories of some old monster. Otherwise, the scene before him would be difficult to explain. However, if he was an old monster from thousands of years ago, how could his fighting experience be so rusty? It was unlikely that this kind of contradiction would appear on the same person. Both of them were shocked by each other's strength. They floated in the void hundreds of feet apart, not daring to move. Li Mu took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually returned to normal. Although this person's cultivation was only Dongxian, even a transcendent cultivator would not have an easy time against him. Today, he could not let this heretical cultivation go. Otherwise, for the Yao nation and the Great Zhou, there would always be a huge hidden danger. He had to bring out some of his trump cards. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and with a flash of green light, a long spear appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the long spear, the evil youth could no longer maintain the calm expression on his face. His face was filled with extreme fear, and he cried out, "Sky-piercing spear! Why you're Ao Qing!" When Li Mu heard the name of the Dragon Clan's powerhouse from 8,000 years ago from the heretic practitioner's mouth, the calmness on his face was also broken. He said in shock, "How do you know Ao Qing? What exactly are you?" Chapter 572. Ao Qing had already been dead for 8,000 years. Even the dragon race had forgotten about him. Yet, there was someone who could recognize his weapon and call out his name. As Li Mu thought about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know that this spear was originally called Heaven Breaker. When he saw that iconic spear, fear surged from the depths of his memories, causing the nefarious youth to tremble. However, he soon realized something. As he looked at Li Mu, he was overjoyed. He blurted out, "So it's you." Li Mu became even more vigilant. He asked, "Do you know who I am?" The nefarious youth coldly snorted and said, "The future headmaster of the Fulu school, the favored minister of the Empress of the Great Zhou, the imperial advisor and Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu, do you think you can hide from me just because you've become a bit uglier?" Li Mu's gaze turned cold. He didn't know anything about this person, but this person was able to accurately identify him. Even his secret relationship with Phantom Princess had been revealed. In this world, the only people who knew him better than he did were those from the demonic path. Li Mu looked at the youth and asked, "Which demonic path elder are you?" The youth stood in the air, his eyes locked onto Li Mu. He said, "Before answering you, should I call you Li Mu or Ao Qing?" Ao Qing had already been dead for almost 10,000 years. Li Mu didn't know why this youth would ask such a question. But the doubt hidden deep in his eyes couldn't escape the youth's notice. The nefarious youth revealed a look of understanding. He let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's not Ao Qing." The person in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Li Mu had never encountered such an opponent before. He grasped his spear and thrust it forward. The void fluctuated and Li Mu's spear-wielding figure appeared behind the nefarious youth, thrusting his spear towards his back. The youth's body suddenly turned into a mass of blood. As the spear pierced through, a portion of the blood evaporated, but the youth's figure reformed not too far away. Azure light and blood shadows crisscrossed in the sky. Even with the sky-piercing spear in hand, Li Mu was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. At this moment, the mysteries in his heart were piling up one after another. Although the young man in front of him was young, his fighting experience was frighteningly rich. Moreover, he could recognize the powerhouse of the dragon clan from 8,000 years ago. Could he be an old monster from the ancient times? As soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by Li Mu. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they couldn't escape the ravages of time and the sanctions of their lifespans. The old monsters of that time couldn't have lived until now. Furthermore, if this person was really an old monster that had lived since the antiquity age, he would not only have the cultivation of Dongxian. At this moment, Li Mu's first thought was Emperor Bai. Before his lifespan ended, he had extracted his memories and passed them on for 3,000 years. To a certain extent, his life had also been extended. If this person was a powerhouse from the same era as Ao Qing, he had extracted his memories and left them to fuse with another person or pass them on again and again, then everything that happened today could be explained. Including the fact that he recognized the sky-piercing spear. His fighting experience was unbelievably rich. With nearly 10,000 years of accumulation, how could he not be rich? The sinister young man's hands turned into two blood blades and easily neutralized Li Mu's attack. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "I've searched high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. The successor of Ao Qing, it's fate that you'll die in my hands today. Hand over the tomes of arcane on you as soon as possible, and I'll give you a dignified death." Li Mu looked at him and said indifferently, "Even if you're an old monster from 10,000 years ago, you're only in the Dongxian realm now. You're not qualified to kill me now." The sinister young man grinned and said slowly, "Junior, you'll soon know whether I'm qualified or not." He threw out 4 black lotuses. The black lotuses flew in 4 directions and connected to each other with a black light, confining this space. Li Mu knew that this was to prevent him from escaping. This old monster was too strong and had too much experience. He was more difficult to deal with than anyone Li Mu had ever fought. By confining the space in advance, it meant that he was not afraid of any of Li Mu's trump cards. This was just to prevent him from escaping. Following the imprisonment of space, a curtain of blood rose from behind the evil-looking youth. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. At the same time, Li Mu discovered that the blood in the youth's body was showing signs of leaking out of his body. Li Mu originally thought that with his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with a 6th realm heretical cultivation cultivator. However, there was a slight change in the situation now. If he really fought with him to the death, even if he could get rid of him, Li Mu would definitely be seriously injured, or even die together with him. He looked at the blood shadow that was attacking him again. Without hesitation, an ancient bow appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the sun shooting bow, the blood shadow that was attacking him stopped abruptly. Then, he heard a voice that was even more shocked and terrified than when he saw the sky splitter spear. Sun shooting bow. Why is Ao Xian's sun shooting bow in your hands too? The blood shadow quickly retreated when he saw the sun shooting bow. However, before he could escape, he had to break free from the confinement of this space, which slowed him down for a moment. In just a moment, a golden arrow suddenly arrived, stirring up a burst of spatial turbulence. South Sea. On an island shrouded in black fog. At the top of the tower, a soul kneeled in front of a stone coffin and said respectfully, "Third ancestor, a month ago, for some reason, the soul page enshrined in the Hall of Souls suddenly vibrated non-stop. I felt that there might be a reason behind it, so I immediately came here to report." The ghostly fire in the eyes of the skinny old man that was as thin as a skeleton trembled. He immediately said, "Feng Yi." An old man that was waiting at the side immediately went forward and said, "Third ancestor, please give your orders." The skeletal old man said, "The soul page is a copy of the Ghost Tao Heavenly Book. The vibration of the soul page means that the Ghost Tao Heavenly Book is in the ghost realm of Yudu. I order you to immediately head to the ghost realm and bring that heavenly book back." Feng Yi bowed and said, "Yes." After saying that, he looked at the soul shadow beside him and said, "King Qingguang, let's go." After they left, the lid of another stone coffin beside the skeletal old man suddenly opened, and a woman's voice came from within. "After 500 years, the Ghost Tao Heavenly Book has finally appeared. Aren't you going to make a trip personally?" The skeletal old man clutched his chest and said, "Tian Jizi won't allow me to set foot on the continent. Although this person's Tao skills aren't strong, his arithmetic is one of the most difficult opponents I've met in the past few thousand years." The woman said leisurely, "All these years, many 9th realm cultivators have died in our hands. Now, a mere 8th realm cultivator is enough to make you so fearful." The skeletal old man said indifferently, "Today is different from the past. In the past, it was easy to advance to the 9th realm. Now, I've exhausted my lifespan and have only just stepped into the 8th realm. If I still can't find that door, in a few hundred years, when my lifespan is exhausted, I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the 7th realm." The woman thought about it and said, "It's a heavenly book after all. Send a message to Blood River." The skeletal old man said, "Blood River is in the demon country. He needs to transcend as soon as possible. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, he will be invincible below Tao integration. When that time comes, it will be the day we make a move on the Tao sect." The woman was silent for a moment before asking, "Will he encounter any accidents in the demon country alone?" In these 10,000 years, memories have been passed down through reincarnation. Of the dozens of senior and junior brothers in the sect, only the few of us are left. The skeletal old man's voice was steady as he said, "Don't worry. With his current abilities, as long as he doesn't meet Tian Jizi, he can deal with any situation. It won't be a big problem for him to be alone in the demon country." As his voice fell, a jade talisman hanging on the wall of the pagoda suddenly shattered. Chapter 573. In the demon nation, the nameless mountain range was silent. Li Mu held the sun-shooting bow in one hand and the sky-splitting spear in the other. He slowly descended from the void and frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his spiritual power. The sun-shooting bow had once killed the 7th realm Huan sect Grand Elder with a single arrow, causing his body and soul to be unable to escape. However, it was still unable to kill the evil youth with a single arrow. Of course, the price of receiving the arrow was the destruction of his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured and on the verge of dissipating. It was directly destroyed by Li Mu's next spear. In the void, countless light spots were slowly dissipating. Those were the primordial spirit and memory fragments of this person. Li Mu's palm released a suction force that sucked in the light spots. Eventually, they formed a light ball the size of a thumb. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and then fell into a long period of contemplation. For ancestors of diabolism, Blood River, his guess was not wrong. The youth was indeed a 10,000-year-old monster. What was different from Emperor Bai was that he had passed down his memories over and over again. He had already passed down his memories dozens of times. Not only him, but there were also a few ancestors of diabolism who were using the same method to pass down their memories. 10,000 years ago, their cultivation had reached the 9th realm. When they started cultivating again, everything was familiar. As long as they had enough resources, they could cultivate to the upper 3 realms in a short period of time, or even return to the peak. Although Li Mu had always felt that such a reincarnation was actually not the original life, and that ancestor Blood River had already died 10,000 years ago, to the youth who only had Blood River's memories, he was Blood River. This philosophical question could not be answered in a short period of time. Of course, such a legacy was not without its risks. If one of the inheritors of their memories died unexpectedly and their memories dissipated, they would no longer have the chance to pass down their memories. Just like Blood River today, he died under the sun-shooting bow and the sky-splitting spear. In the future, diabolism would no longer have ancestor Blood River. From Blood River's remnant memories, Li Mu learned that 10,000 years ago, there were dozens of diabolism people who used this method to pass down their memories. But now, there were less than 10 people left. Most of the others had fallen at the hands of experts of a certain era. Among them, the owner of the sky-piercing spear, Ao Qing, and the owner of the sun-shooting bow, Ao Xian, had both killed such demonic inheritors before. That was why they were so terrified and shocked when they saw these 2 weapons at the Blood River. Li Mu was slightly moved. In fact, it wasn't just the demonic path. Righteous path cultivators could also use this method to continue their lineage. But on the other hand, in order to find the owner of the memories, one would have to erase their original memories. This was not something that the righteous path would do. On the other hand, memories could be passed on, but cultivation could not. Even if the previous owner was a cultivator at the 9th realm and placed his memories on an infant, he would still have to start cultivating as a mortal. The process of cultivation was extremely dry and tedious. No matter how strong a person's mind was, it would still be very difficult for them to endure the torment over and over again. In Blood River's memories, there were several demonic path powerhouses who were unable to endure this endless torment and committed suicide in the process of passing down their legacies. Thus, the powerhouses of the demonic path that were a step ahead of the others would look for some special physique suitable for cultivation. They would spend a massive amount of resources to raise them to a certain level of cultivation and then erase their memories. At this time, they were the best memory hosts. Blood River's body was a genius with a special physique. It was very suitable for him to cultivate an ancient demonic art. Compared to the demonic path, the seniors of the righteous path would also choose to leave behind their memories before they died. But this was not for the sake of seizing the bodies of their juniors, but for them to comprehend and cultivate. Li Mu let out a light breath. Before Blood River died, his memories were already fragmented and fragmented. What he could gather wasn't much. Besides this, he only knew that the demonic path had been willing to endure the loneliness of 10,000 years ago. Generation after generation of great perseverance powerhouses had reincarnated. The reason they did this was because they were looking for a door. A door, Li Mu recalled the illusory door that appeared after he overlapped the heavenly books. For the past 10,000 years, the demonic path had never stopped searching for the heavenly books. Could it be for this door? They had dominated the 10 continents for 10,000 years. The number of heavenly books in their hands was probably no less than Li Mu's. At this time, Li Mu was also certain that the demonic path did indeed have an 8th realm powerhouse. The demonic path Holy Sect's headquarters was in the depths of the South Sea. Although he wanted to attack the demonic path's headquarters and snatch back the heavenly books to see what was behind the door, he obviously didn't have the strength to do so. In this world, the only two known 8th realm powerhouses were his enemies. Li Mu sighed inwardly. He collected his thoughts and flew in the direction of the Thousand Fox Nation. At this time, above the South Sea, two old figures stood in the air. The flames in the skeletal old man's eyes flickered violently. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Divine Predictor, I won't set foot on the Zoo continent this time, but you still want to stop me." Divine Predictor looked at him and calmly said, "If this old man doesn't die, don't even think about leaving the South Sea to harm the world." Not long after, huge waves rolled up above the South Sea. The fishermen on the coast all climbed up the mountains to hide. The aquatic creatures in the sea also swam deeper with all their might. Li Mu was completely unaware of all this. He descended from the sky and landed on the square in front of the Thousand Fox Nation's imperial palace. Then, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sensed several extremely powerful demonic auras in the imperial palace. One of them was the Myriad Illusion Lord, another was the Blue Wolf King, and the other two were also 7th realm powerhouses. Moreover, the auras of these 4 demons were somewhat unstable. They were obviously injured. Li Mu didn't have time to pay attention to them. He looked ahead and saw a familiar aura quickly approaching him. In the Imperial Palace's main hall, the Blue Wolf King's face was still a little frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "What the hell is he?" Ever since the 4 great factions formed an alliance, the 4 7th realm demons worked together to patrol the Yao Nation. They wanted to find the culprit behind the annihilation of countless demon tribes. However, they didn't expect that person to be able to play the 4 7th realm demons like a fool with his 6th realm cultivation. Once the 4 of them separated, he would definitely find them and defeat them one by one. Once the 4 of them gathered together, that person would avoid battle and turn to slaughter the small and medium-sized demon tribes. During this period, he was getting stronger almost every day. It wouldn't be long before he could completely threaten the 4 of them. The 9-Heaven Snake King thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "If it really doesn't work, we can only gather the 4 of us and guard the mountain gate." The White Bear King asked, "What about the small and medium-sized demon tribes other than the 4 clans?" The 9-Heaven Snake King shook his head and said, "We can't care about that now." The Myriad Illusion Lord, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, "It's useless. You all can see that the demonic art he cultivates absorbs the essence and blood of others to become stronger. If we let him wreak havoc in the Yao Nation, it won't be long before we're no match for him even if we join forces." The current situation in the Yao Nation was still within their range of control. If they waited until the heretical cultivation grew to a certain level, it would be out of their control. The Green Wolf King hesitated for a long time and murmured, "Why don't we ask that Lord for help?" Footsteps came from outside the hall. Illusion Princess walked in with Li Mu intimately. Li Mu looked at everyone and asked, "What are you all talking about?" The Myriad Illusion Lord coughed lightly and said, "My dear son-in-law, you may not know this, but recently, a vicious heretical cultivation appeared in the Yao Nation. The 4 of us joined forces but couldn't capture him." Li Mu was caught off guard when the Myriad Illusion Lord called him, "My dear son-in-law." He had only been with Illusion Princess since he came to the Yao Nation. He didn't speak much with the Myriad Illusion Lord and wasn't so familiar with him. However, in front of so many people, even if Li Mu didn't consider him, he had to consider Illusion Princess. Moreover, the Myriad Illusion Lord called him, "My dear son-in-law," was based on the truth, so he tacitly agreed to it. He reached out his hand and gently touched the void. A shadow appeared in front of the Myriad Illusion Lord and the others. Li Mu asked, "Is it this person?" The Myriad Illusion Lord said in shock, "My dear son-in-law, you've seen him?" Li Mu nodded slightly and said casually, "On the way to the Yao Nation, I happened to see this heretical cultivation slaughtering innocent demons. I killed him in passing to prevent him from harming the Thousand Fox Nation in the future." Killed? In passing? The 4 demons in the hall, including the Myriad Illusion Lord, were all stunned. Although the heretical cultivation was only at the 6th realm, even they, who were at the 7th realm, had almost died in his hands. How could he be killed so easily? If Li Mu could kill that evil youth, wouldn't he have the ability to kill them as well? Li Mu continued, this person's cultivation wasn't high, but he was very strong. His mystique was strange and his battle experience was also very rich. I was almost injured by him and spent a lot of effort to kill him. He had a high status in the demon sect. If he died in the Yao Nation, he might attract the revenge of the demon sect. You have to be careful in the Yao Nation. Illusion Princess had already hinted to him countless times. After reminding them, Li Mu and Illusion Princess walked out of the hall and went straight to the harem. Inside the hall, the Green Wolf King's mouth was wide open and didn't close for a long time. That person is really dead? That's impossible, he's only at the 6th realm. That person is invincible at the 6th realm. The Myriad Illusion Lord was the first to come back to his senses. He smiled and said to the others, since my son-in-law said he's dead, then he's dead. Compared to how he killed that person, what's more important is whether we can withstand the revenge of the demon sect. The original temporary alliance of the 4 races was to deal with that heretical cultivation. Now that he was dead, the alliance of the 4 races should be dissolved. However, the Myriad Illusion Lord's worries weren't unfounded. The Green Wolf King's life was still in the hands of others, so of course, he didn't have any objections. The 9-Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King fell into a long silence. The Myriad Illusion Lord looked at them and continued, many things have happened in the Yao Nation in the past 2 years. I believe that you can see that only a unified Yao Nation can gather all forces and resist the calamity together. The 9-Heaven Snake King frowned and said, you want us to bow down to your 1,000 Fox Nation? The Myriad Illusion Lord shook his head and said, we're not bowing down to you. The 4 races will unite, and our territories will remain unchanged. We'll use the power of the 4 races to unify the power of the entire Yao Nation. In the future, we'll discuss the matters of the Yao Nation together. Only the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe couldn't fight against the demon sect. A complete unification of the Yao Nation's races was a good thing for everyone, especially with the 1,000 Fox Nation behind them. Relying on that man was equivalent to relying on the Great Zhou Court. The various Dao sects would instantly gain countless powerful allies. The 9-Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. The 9-Heaven Snake King nodded and said, the Myriad Illusion Lord's words make sense. With the enemy before us, it's time for the Yao Nation to be unified. The White Bear King also said, I also agree with the unification. The Myriad Illusion Lord said meaningfully, since the Yao Nation is to be unified, we must choose a ruler. Who do you think is the most suitable person to take this position? Although the Myriad Illusion Lord asked in a questioning tone, there was no choice in this matter. The 1,000 Fox Nation was currently the dominant power in the Yao Nation. Even if the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe controlled the Yao Nation, they didn't have the strength to protect the Yao Nation. The entire Yao Nation was now tied to the 1,000 Fox Nation. To be more precise, it was tied to the man behind the Queen of the 1,000 Fox Nation, Phantom Princess. The 9-Heaven Snake King took a deep breath and said helplessly, I think that niece Phantom Princess can take on this heavy responsibility. The Myriad Illusion Lord shook his head and said, her cultivation is too low. I'm afraid she can't take on this responsibility. The 9-Heaven Snake King cursed in his heart. The Myriad Illusion Lord had clearly dug a hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. However, they had no choice but to jump into it. He could only harden his heart and grit his teeth and said, with the accumulation of our 4 tribes over the years, it shouldn't be difficult to push her to the 7th realm. The Myriad Illusion Lord looked troubled and said, I'm sorry. The White Bear King also understood the meaning behind their words and said with a pained heart, it should be so. The Queen of the Yao Nation can't lose to the Queen of the Great Zhou. I suggest that we merge the psychic spirits of the 4 tribes to help the Queen break through. Chapter 574. 1,000 Fox Nation's Main Hall. A golden fox spirit floated above the 10,000 Illusions Lord's head. A golden snake coiled around the 9-Heaven Snake King's arm. A golden wolf and a golden bear each crawled under the feet of the blue wolf king and the white bear king. They weren't big, but they exuded a strange aura. The 4 psychokinesis spirits were quiet on the surface, but they were all looking at each other with greed in their eyes. The 4 demons left behind their psychokinesis spirits, looked at each other, and left the palace hall. The moment they stepped out of the hall, the 4 spirits finally couldn't hold back and pounced on each other. In the past, he spent most of his time with the Empress, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing. This was a little unfair to Illusion Princess, so Li Mu stayed in Thousand Fox Nation for a while this time. Some strange things happened these days. In the past, Thousand Fox Nation was mostly made up of foxes and small demon tribes that relied on the fox tribe. It was rare to see the wolf tribe, snake tribe, bear tribe, and other demon tribes. These tribes generally relied on the other 3 major demon tribes. However, in recent days, Li Mu often saw the snake tribe, bear tribe, and wolf tribe wandering around the city. To be precise, it was the banshees of these tribes. When Li Mu accompanied Illusion Princess to play in the city, they would encounter a banshee every once in a while. They winked at him and made eyes at him. The beautiful snakes were fine, but the banshees of the bear tribe were all as strong as mountains. When they twisted their bodies, Li Mu was traumatized. Therefore, he simply didn't go out now. When he had nothing to do, he would study the Tao of dual cultivation with Illusion Princess and drink with Fox 6 and Fox 9. Life in the Yao Nation was so pleasant and comfortable. From Fox 6, Li Mu just learned that the Celestial Wolf Nation, the Black Snake Tribe, and the Flying Bear Tribe had decided to form a complete alliance with Thousand Fox Nation. In the future, Thousand Fox Nation would lead and the 4 tribes would discuss important matters together. In other words, Illusion Princess would not only be the queen of Thousand Fox Nation in the future, but also the queen of the Yao Nation. In terms of identity and status, she was already in the same position as the Empress. Although his strength was still slightly lacking, it was only temporary. The overall strength of the Yao Kingdom was not inferior to that of the Great Zhou. In fact, it was even superior. If the Yao Kingdom's queen was only at the 6th realm, she would be inferior to the Empress of the Great Zhou. Therefore, after the 4 clans discussed, they decided to use the power of the Yao Kingdom to push Huan Ji's cultivation to the 7th realm. Her method of promotion was the same as the Empress. The various clans of the Yao Nation had always been fighting over territories and small and medium-sized demon clans. A large part of the reason was their psychokinesis. If it was just the Thousand Fox Nation alone, it might take decades before a spirit of psychokinesis was born that could allow Phantom Princess to advance to the 7th realm. However, if the 4 clans worked together, they would be able to nurture a mature spirit of psychokinesis very quickly. Li Mu was happy to see the unification of the Yao Nation. Including the Yao Nation, the forces he could mobilize now were already very large, but he still lacked an 8th realm ally. When he had the confidence to resist Tian Jizi, it would be time for him to return to Xuanzong. In addition, Li Mu also had some thoughts about the demon sect's heavenly tomes. The demon sect must know more about what was behind that door than he did. Those demon cultivators endured loneliness for 10,000 years in order to complete the heavenly tomes. There must be a huge secret hidden within. Li Mu digested Blood River's memories, trying to find some useful information from them. 10,000 years ago, there were many powerful cultivators on the mainland. Although 9th realm cultivators could not be said to be everywhere, it was not rare for more than 10 9th realm cultivators to appear on the mainland at the same time. Blood River had already reincarnated dozens of times. Every time he reincarnated, he would gain hundreds of years of memories. In these memory fragments, Li Mu saw that from 10,000 years ago, as time passed, there were fewer and fewer powerful cultivators on the mainland. Gradually, it was difficult for a 9th realm cultivator to appear. After Emperor Bai, no one else broke through this realm. Thus, 8th realm became the end of cultivation. Today, 3,000 years later, even 8th realm had become a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. No matter how amazing a genius was, they could only stop at 7th realm in their lifetime. Obviously, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was constantly decreasing, and this seemed to be the key to shackling the cultivation of cultivators. The spirit chi of heaven and earth that they relied on for survival seemed to be a non-renewable resource. At this rate, in a few thousand years, perhaps the entire world would no longer have spirit chi, and there would no longer be cultivators. If spirit chi of heaven and earth was really a non-renewable resource, then Li Mu could completely foresee the future of the cultivation world. In addition, Li Mu also found that Blood River was very afraid of Ao Xian. Although Ao Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of 8th realm, in his era, the peak of 8th realm was already the world's top cultivator. The sun-shooting bow in his hand was once a shadow of the demon sect. There were even several 8th realm cultivators who died under this bow. In Blood River's memory, he was extremely afraid of this bow. Li Mu took out the sun-shooting bow and stroked the patterns on the bow. These patterns were like runes, but Li Mu did not recognize any of them. Even in the heavenly tomes of the Fulu school, there were no related records. Not only that, after Li Mu comprehended the heavenly tomes of the northern sect, he did not know how this bow was made. Ao Qing's sky-piercing spear was made from a whole piece of meteoric iron. The material of this bow was a mystery, and so was the method of making it and the principle of drawing the bow. The current knowledge system of the cultivation world was unable to explain the existence of this bow. In Blood River's memory, Ao Xian was originally just an ordinary black dragon. One day, he suddenly obtained this bow, and then began his path of becoming the continent's #1 cultivator. Li Mu looked at the bow for a long time, but still could not understand anything. He could only put it away for the time being. At this time, a spiritual snail in the sky suddenly vibrated. Tingxin and Yinxin were in seclusion in the East Sea, so it could only be the Empress. Phantom Princess was called by the Lord of Illusions to discuss matters, so she was not by his side for the time being. Li Mu picked up the spiritual snail, and Zhou Yi's lazy voice came from it. "What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, Li Mu could imagine her leaning on the dragon throne in the Changel Palace. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "I'm comprehending the heavenly tomes." In the past, Zhou Yi could always use the excuse of state affairs to talk to Li Mu endlessly. After the two of them really expressed their feelings, she was at a loss. After a long silence, she said, "Oh, then you continue to comprehend," Li Mu said, "but I want to talk to Her Majesty now." The Empress's heart was still too conservative. Li Mu knew that in their relationship, he had to maintain the initiative. As expected, after Li Mu took the initiative to express his feelings, she also let go of her reservations and took the initiative to talk to Li Mu about many interesting things in the palace. 2 hours passed quietly, and the Empress and Qing Xian went for a walk in the imperial garden. Li Mu put away the spiritual snail, and Phantom Princess walked in from the outside. She pouted her red lips and complained, "You're still thinking about Zhou Yi here. When you were in the great Zhou's Shendu, why didn't you think of talking to me? And I even helped you look out for the heavenly tomes." Li Mu held her hand and let her sit on his lap. He said, "Didn't I come here whenever I was free? In the future, I will come here often to accompany you." Phantom Princess's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "You promise?" Li Mu said seriously, "I promise." Although traveling between the Shen, Du and the Yao kingdom was a bit tiring, for the sake of his own family's harmony, no matter how tiring it was nothing. After making Phantom Princess happy, Li Mu asked, "What did you say about the heavenly tomes?" Phantom Princess sat up straight and said, "Hulu's spy found out that the heavenly tomes have appeared in the ghost region recently." Chapter 575. According to Li Mu's information, most of the 24 pages of heavenly books were in the hands of him and the demon sect. The demon sect had been plotting for 10,000 years in the 10 continents. Besides the 6 Taoist sects, almost all of the known heavenly books had been obtained by them. The Shen nation's 3 Buddhist sects had their heavenly books stolen long ago. The extinction of hundreds of sects in history seemed to have an inseparable relationship with the heavenly books being stolen by the demon sect. Li Mu had the heavenly books of the 5 Taoist sects, the monster race, the fox race, the dragon race, and the Buddhist heart sect. They had a total of 9 pages. The demon sect had 10,000 years of accumulation, so the number of pages in their hands was no less than his. He and the demon sect had nearly 20 pages of heavenly books. There were very few heavenly books in the outside world, and every page was something that had to be fought for. Li Mu was determined to obtain the page of heavenly book in the ghost realm. If Illusion Princess could obtain this information, then the demon sect must also know. Their sense of smell towards heavenly books was incomparably keen. Not long after Illusion Princess finished speaking, the Empress Spirit Snail vibrated again. Li Mu made a shoo gesture to Illusion Princess. After injecting magic power into the Spirit Snail, the Empress voice immediately sounded, "The Ju Wei just sent back news that a heavenly book has appeared in the ghost realm. Li has already brought people to investigate." "Li Mu, I already know. I'm preparing to set off for the ghost realm." Zhou Yi was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "How did you know? Were you at that vixen again?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment. In terms of the speed of news, even the Fulu school could not compare to a nation. To be able to receive news earlier than the great Zhou court, it must be the demon nation that was closer to the ghost realm. Illusion Princess could no longer endure. She coldly snorted and said, "You only allow him to accompany you, not me. You're so overbearing. If you have the ability, then make him stay by your side forever, you seducing vixen." "Huh, I admit that I am a vixen. Someone is clearly the same as me, but she always thinks of herself as the Empress, you. Am I wrong?" Seeing Phantom Princess and Queen quarrel with each other, Li Mu tried to talk them out of it several times but to no avail. He could only put on a serious face and shouted, "Are you guys done?" Huan Ji secretly looked at Li Mu. Seeing that he was really angry, she immediately lowered her head and stopped talking. On the other side of the Spirit Snail, the Empress also fell silent. Li Mu continued, "One is the Empress of the Great Zhou, and the other is the Queen of the 10,000 demons. They don't even see each other, yet they're arguing with each other across the spiritual snail. What a scandal. Phantom Princess is not allowed to stir up trouble, and His Majesty is not allowed to target her. Otherwise, I'll return to Mount Baiyun and cultivate in seclusion." The first to admit defeat was Phantom Princess. She pulled Li Mu's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I was wrong. I won't talk about her like that in the future." Zhou Yi was silent for a while and also said in a low voice, At most, I won't call her a vixen anymore." The two of them, one was stronger than the other, and one had a higher status than the other. If Li Mu didn't show some of his authority as the head of the family, when Phantom Princess broke through, he wouldn't be able to control the family anymore. When the two of them were here, he had to be fair and impartial. After putting away the spiritual snail, he hugged Phantom Princess again and said, "I didn't mean to scold you. It's just that you're making things difficult for me. I never thought that the two of you could be like sisters, but don't always be at each other's throats and not give in." Phantom Princess snorted and said, "She was the one who said that to me first." Li Mu said, "She's petty. It's not the first time you know that. Just give in to her." Phantom Princess felt much better. She raised her head and asked, "Then tell me, am I more sensible than Zhou Yi?" Li Mu hurriedly said, Yes, you're the most sensible." Half a day later, after comforting Phantom Princess, Li Mu flew out of the Thousand Fox country. He took out the spiritual snail and injected his power into it. Soon, the Empress's voice came from the other side. "Go accompany your 1,000 demon queen. Don't worry about me." Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, are you still angry?" Zhou Yi said, "I'm not angry." Li Mu smiled and said, "I knew that your Majesty is the most open-minded. I just scolded Phantom Princess and told her to learn from your Majesty. Don't throw a tantrum and think about the big picture." Zhou Yi's tone became gentler. "You saw it too. She's the one who always goes against me." Li Mu said, "She grew up in the mountains and doesn't know the rules." "I'm sorry, your Majesty." Zhou Yi gave a light snort and said, "It's good that you know." The Empress was obviously no longer angry. Li Mu also let out a long sigh in his heart. He was more and more aware that there were too many women in the backyard, and each one of them was not a simple person. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he had to learn how to talk to people and ghosts. When necessary, he had to learn how to talk to people and ghosts. This wasn't cheating, but a white lie. It was also a necessary skill for a lecherous person. After leaving the demon country, he made spiritual snail porridge with the Empress while flying south. The ghost region of Yudu was to the west of the Great Zhou and to the south of the demon country. It was a mysterious place shrouded in thick fog. Compared to the demon country, there were even fewer people in Yudu. Even human cultivators wouldn't go too deep. The entire Yudu was shrouded in thick fog. With the eyesight of a human, they couldn't even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Even cultivators of the three middle realms couldn't sense the situation 300 yards away. This fog wasn't ordinary either. It was filled with baleful aura. If a mortal came in contact with it, they would fall seriously ill or die suddenly. Cultivators couldn't replenish their spirit chi from it, so very few of them went deep into the ghost region. However, this was the sacred ground of ghost cultivators. Souls were originally of the Yin attribute, so there was an inexhaustible amount of baleful aura. To them, it was a natural place to cultivate. Great Zhou, Jiangyin County. To the west of Jiangyin County was the ghost region that the commoners feared. After passing through a bamboo forest shrouded in fog, one would reach the boundary of the ghost region. This place was known as the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts. It was a forbidden place in the hearts of the commoners, and they had to be careful when they went near it. Standing outside the forest, one could occasionally see wandering souls and ghosts. Due to the formation set up by the government outside the forest, the ghosts in the forest didn't dare to walk out of the bamboo forest. However, to cultivators, the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts was an excellent place to obtain soul energy. Soul condensation realm cultivators thirsted for soul energy. The simplest method, which was allowed by the imperial court, was to obtain soul energy by killing ghosts. There weren't many ghosts in the Great Zhou, and even if there were, they would hide everywhere. However, the ghost region didn't lack soul bodies. Therefore, cultivators would often enter the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts in groups of 3 to 5 to hunt the ghosts here. The Forest of 10,000 Ghosts was the outermost area of the ghost region. There weren't any powerful ghosts here, and most of them were some Yin spirits that didn't have the power to resist, as well as a small number of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. As long as one didn't go too deep into the ghost region, there wouldn't be much danger. Outside the Forest of 10,000 Ghosts, there was a town. There were a few inns built in the town specifically for these cultivators to stay. Limu wasn't in a hurry to go deep into the ghost region. Instead, he found an inn to stay in. He planned to first investigate some information about the ghost region. Up until now, he knew very little about the ghost region. The Empress said that Shangguanli had brought people to the ghost region. After Limu arrived here, he used a sound transmission magic tool to contact her, but he found that he couldn't reach her. He had wasted quite a bit of time on Huanji. It seemed that Shangguanli had arrived here before him, and it was very likely that she had already entered the ghost region. Another mysterious thing about the ghost region was that the fog that filled the ghost region had a strange power. As long as one entered the ghost region, all kinds of sound transmission magic tools couldn't be used, and they couldn't be used for long-distance communication. Because cultivators were constantly coming and going, the town was bustling. Other than the inns, there were also shops that sold fulu, pills, and magic tools. Other than that, there were also shops that sold maps of the ghost region. Limu glanced at the fulu. They were all low-level auxiliary fulu, used to destroy evil and kill ghosts. Their quality was average, but they were enough to deal with low-level ghosts. What he was interested in was the map of the ghost region. However, when Limu used a few spirit jades to buy a map, he realized that the map only recorded a few areas at the edge of the ghost region. With the ghost region's uniqueness, without a complete map, even if he entered, he would be blind. Limu walked to the counter and asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have a map of the entire ghost region?" The shopkeeper shook his head and said, how could a small shop have such a thing? But young man, I advise you to walk around outside. The ghost region is not a good place. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. Don't lose your life before you catch a ghost. Li Mu had originally planned to ask the Empress, but when he walked out of the shop, a fragrant wind suddenly blew past him. A female cultivator walked in front of him and asked, "Fellow cultivator, are you also planning to go deep into the ghost region?" Chapter 576. Li Mu looked at the young female cultivator in front of him and did not say anything. The two of them did not know each other. She must have taken the initiative not to strike up a conversation. She must have other motives. As expected, seeing Li Mu's gaze, the female cultivator took the initiative to say, "I heard in the shop that you want a complete map of the ghost realm. I guessed that you want to go deep into the ghost realm. Coincidentally, we also have the idea of going deep into the ghost realm to hunt ghosts. Why don't we travel together? The depths of the ghost realm are filled with danger. One more person means one more chance to protect ourselves." Behind the woman stood 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl's cultivation level was just at the spirit condensation realm, while the 2 men had already stepped into the divine power realm. The woman who spoke to Li Mu was also at the divine power realm, the same cultivation level as Li Mu. After all, the ghost realm was not human territory. The complicated environment made the ghost realm even more dangerous than the demon kingdom. It was fine to hunt small ghosts in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. If they wanted to go deep into the ghost realm to hunt more powerful ghosts, cultivators had to travel together. In this town, there were cultivators looking for partners everywhere. The ghosts and wraiths in the 1,000 Ghost Forest could no longer satisfy the needs of cultivators above the spirit condensation realm. What they wanted to hunt were ghosts in the spirit realm. Li Mu looked at the woman and asked, "Do you have a complete map of the ghost realm?" The woman nodded and then said, "However, with our strength, we can only go 500 miles into the ghost realm at most. Any deeper and it will be dangerous. I wonder if you are willing to travel with us. Whoever kills the ghosts along the way will have the soul power. If we work together to kill the ghosts, we will distribute it according to contribution." Shangguanli had entered the ghost realm first. If Li Mu wanted to get the map, he had to return to the divine capital. Since these people had the map, Li Mu did not want to trouble them. At most, he would help them in a while and treat it as a reward for obtaining the map. Under the woman's expectant gaze, Li Mu nodded and said, "All right, but can you let me take a look at the map of the ghost realm first?" The woman straightforwardly handed a jade slip to Li Mu. Li Mu pressed it against his forehead for a moment before returning it to her. He said, "Thank you." Then, the woman introduced the other people to Li Mu. "My name is Wu Qian. This is fellow Daoist Zhang Man, fellow Daoist Ding Liang, and this is fellow Daoist Chen Yingying. How should I address you?" Li Mu. Although he hadn't shown his true face yet, there were many people with the same name in the world, so he wasn't worried that others would suspect him. When the 2 male cultivators heard Li Mu's name, they didn't feel anything strange. However, the girl named Chen Yingying's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "It's the same name as my martial ancestor." Li Mu smiled and asked casually, "Little girl, which sect are you from?" The girl said, "I'm from the Divine Talisman sect." "What sect are you from?" When the girl reported her sect, Li Mu couldn't help but look at her twice. In addition to the ancestral court, the Fulu school had many outer sects, and the Divine Talisman sect was one of them. In this way, he could barely be considered a disciple of the Fulu school. Of course, Li Mu wouldn't reveal his identity. He said, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator." After introducing themselves, Li Mu knew that among the 4 people, except for Chen Yingying, who could barely be considered an outer sect disciple of the Fulu school, the other 3 were rogue cultivators. Therefore, they needed to take the risk and go to the ghost realm to obtain soul power resources. As for Chen Yingying, she went down the mountain to gain experience. To have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm at the age of 18 or 19, she could be considered a little talented. However, For such a young disciple, after breaking through, it was necessary to enter the world to temper herself. The 5 of them walked into the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest together. Wu Qian reminded them, everyone, stay together. Don't get separated. It's fine here, but after going deep into the ghost realm, once you get separated, it'll be difficult to meet again. After walking into the bamboo forest, the surroundings began to be filled with a faint mist. This mist contained a strange power that even divine senses couldn't probe too far. For cultivators, divine senses were their eyes. With their divine senses suppressed, everyone lost their sense of security and became very vigilant. Occasionally, soul bodies would fly out of the mist. These souls were full of ruthlessness and didn't have intelligence. They only instinctively thirsted for human essence, blood and yang qi. They were the targets of cultivators. As for those soul cultivators with intelligence, the cultivators who entered the ghost realm couldn't wait to avoid them. In a place like this, the strength that soul cultivators could unleash was far beyond their own strength. If they encountered soul cultivators, the prey and the hunter would often switch identities. Li Mu didn't really do anything along the way. The souls that pounced on them from the fog and attacked them were all dealt with by the other 4 people. In the beginning, the group only encountered wraiths and evil spirits. As they continued to go deeper into the fog, 4th realm vile souls gradually began to appear. At this time, everyone would often work together to kill them and divide the soul power equally. At a certain moment, the mist in front of them fluctuated again. Except for Li Mu, the others immediately raised their spirits. Soon, a few figures walked out of the mist. But this time, it wasn't ghosts that appeared from the mist, but humans. There were also 5 people on the opposite side. When Wu Qian and the others saw this, not only did they not relax, their expressions became even more nervous. The faces of the people on the opposite side also appeared vigilant at the same time. A few of them even held their weapons. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was very tense. Not long after, the 5 people walked to the left side of the mist and their figures quickly disappeared. The 4 people beside Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Qian looked at Li Mu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li, is this your first time in the ghost realm?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I've never been here before." "No wonder." Wu Qian shook her head and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, if you come to the ghost realm again in the future, you must remember that the most dangerous thing here is not the ghosts without intelligence, nor the powerful ghost cultivators, but the human cultivators like us. If you encounter them, you should hide if you can, but if you can't hide, you must not let your guard down." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Wu Qian saw that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't take it to heart. Instead, her expression became more serious, and she continued, "Fellow Taoist Li may not know, but most of the cultivators who die in the ghost realm don't die at the hands of ghosts, but at the hands of their companions and other cultivators. There are no rules here. Things like killing and seizing treasures happen every day." Li Mu could be more serious and said, "I know." Wu Qian looked at the 3 people beside her and said, "But fellow Taoist Li, you don't have to worry. Addicts Zhang, fellow Taoist Ding, and sister Yingying, we have worked together many times. We originally had another companion, but he was in seclusion to break through the realm these days, so he didn't come with us. That's why we invited you." After encountering other cultivator teams nearby, they obviously became more united. They moved forward for dozens of miles and killed a few evil spirits and a fierce soul. When the 4 of them were happily splitting the soul power, Li Mu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and he inadvertently glanced in a certain direction. There was only thick fog in that direction, and nothing unusual. After a dozen breaths, Wu Qian and the other 2 male cultivators' expressions suddenly changed, and they looked in the direction Li Mu had just looked. A phantom rushed out of the thick fog and rushed straight at them. Feeling the powerful aura fluctuations on the phantom, their expressions changed at the same time. Not good. It's a 5th realm ghost. This is still the periphery, how can there be a ghost? Along the way, the most they had encountered were 4th realm vile souls. Ghosts were equivalent to 5th realm human cultivators. Although they did not have intelligence and could only move based on instinct, they were still not something a fourth realm cultivator could fight against. Wu Qian made a prompt decision and said immediately, "Everyone, stay calm and attack together. Take care of each other and don't get separated." At this moment, the importance of a team was reflected. A divinity realm cultivator would not be a match for a fifth realm ghost. However, for divinity realm cultivators and a spirit conduit realm cultivator could fight against a ghost without intelligence. Of course, the most important thing was that they had Li Mu. If not for Li Mu's secret methods, this ghost that suddenly appeared would have been a battle of life and death for them. They had never encountered a ghost since entering the ghost domain. The four of them were already extremely nervous, but as they fought, they realized that this ghost did not seem to be that powerful. Its attack power was not high, but its defense was very weak. It was beaten by their dermic arts until it roared non-stop. That's it? A fifth realm ghost is only a so-so. If we take its soul energy, we'll have struck it big this time. After realizing that this ghost's strength was only a so-so and that it had been suppressed from the start, the four of them were no longer nervous like before. Instead, they were excited and expectant. The light of dermic arts and dermic treasures intertwined even more intensely. If they could harvest this ghost, each of them would be able to get a huge amount of soul energy. Whether it was for cultivation or exchanging it for spiritual jades, this trip would not have been in vain. Although the specter did not have any intelligence, it was being beaten back by several weak existences, which made it even more irritable. It roared and sucked in all the yin qi within a radius of several miles into its mouth. Its body grew several times larger, and its aura immediately increased dramatically. The ghost's sudden change caused the smiles on their faces to disappear. Under that powerful aura, their hearts trembled with fear. At this moment, the ghost let out a wild roar and swooped down on the four of them. Li Mu stood behind the four of them and calmly glanced at the ghost. With just a glance, the ghost's body trembled and it suddenly ran back as if its life depended on it. Li Mu threw out a fulu. With a flash of lightning, the ghost was immediately heavily injured and fell to the ground, unable to float up again. Li Mu walked in front of them and said with a look of pity, "It's a pity that this high-grade fulu was gifted by Elder Zhang. He still has the strength to resist. Everyone, let's attack together." The four of them reacted and were about to attack to completely disperse the ghost's soul body. Xiao! A green light flew out from the fog and pierced through the ghost's body. The ghost's soul body collapsed, leaving only pure soul energy. The figures that walked out of the fog condensed it into a soul ball. The face of the male cultivator named Zhang Man immediately darkened. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Among them, a young man glanced at him and said, "This ghost was killed by us. Why can't we take its soul energy?" Chen Yingying took a step forward and said angrily, "We were the ones who injured it first. You stole our prey." The young man sneered and said, "What a joke. The ghosts of the ghost realm don't have a master. They belong to whoever killed them. Do you think you can kill a ghost with just the few of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sneering voice came from behind Wu Qian. "Since when did the disciples of Xuanzong have to steal the soul energy of wandering cultivators? If this gets out, I'm afraid you'll become the laughing stock of the cultivation world. What do you think, Qing Xuanzi?" Among the several figures, the young man who had been silent all this time suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the young man opposite him and asked, "Who are you?" Li Mu walked out from behind Wu Qian and said lightly, "I'm just a wandering cultivator who can't stand what you're doing." Strange, Xuanzong is the world's #1 sect, a righteous sect. Why would you do this kind of robbery? You're one of the top 10 disciples of Xuanzong, but you're stealing the soul energy of wandering cultivators in the ghost realm. Do your elders know? Chapter 577. Hitting people in the face, killing people in the heart. Hearing the strange young man's harsh words, several Xuanzong disciples' faces turned red with shame. Two of them were thin-skinned and even lowered their heads. As this person said, Xuanzong was the #1 orthodox sect on the continent, and also the #1 sect on the continent. As disciples of Xuanzong, they never lacked cultivation resources and were respected wherever they went. It could be said that they had limitless glory. However, ever since the last Taoist exchange, the Xuanzong sect's glorious moment had completely ended. Their Taoist temples in the Great Zhou had all been driven overseas. The largest market in the cultivation world was replaced by the Great Zhou's Luoyang Rui Square. Fulu School and Xuanzong had cut off communication, and the other 4 Taoist sects had also greatly reduced their communication with them. The exchange meeting was disrupted, and the sect's harvest of spiritual jades this time was only about 20% of the previous times, which was simply not enough to meet the needs of the entire sect. For cultivation resources like Fulu, elixirs, and magic treasures, Fulu School, Danding School, Lingaray School, and the South and North schools all refused Xuanzong's orders with the reason that their disciples needed more spiritual jades, so they had nowhere to spend them. What's more, the sect didn't even have enough spiritual jades for cultivation, so the quota of disciples had been reduced again and again. Core disciples like Qing Xuanzi had to personally go down the mountain and go deep into the ghost realm to hunt ghosts here and exchange their soul power for spiritual jades to meet their cultivation needs. They didn't know the cost of firewood until they were in charge. When they really needed to obtain cultivation resources by themselves, they realized how difficult it was to cultivate as a rogue cultivator. Every ghost they killed in exchange for a piece of spiritual jade, they risked their lives and fought for it with their own blood and sweat. Although the ghost realm was big, there weren't many ghosts. It wasn't easy to encounter one, so naturally, they didn't want to give it to others. In the ghost realm, strength was respected. If the ghost they liked was snatched away, they could only blame themselves for not being as good as others. However, they didn't expect that their identities would be recognized. As proud disciples of Xuanzong, the words of this strange young man were undoubtedly a public punishment for them. Qing Xuanzi was already losing face. He said in a low voice, "We've been chasing this spirit for a long time. We've already severely injured it, and that's why you guys took advantage of it. Otherwise, do you think you guys can deal with a 5th-level spirit with your insignificant cultivation?" A few of the Xian sect's disciples nodded in agreement. Yes. Senior brother is right. We've been chasing this spirit all this time. If it wasn't for the fact that we've already injured it, you all would have already been killed by it. Although the truth was that they had taken advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, as Xuanzong's disciples, it was really difficult for them to accept it directly. They could only fabricate the truth to regain some dignity. How could rogue cultivators dare to offend Xuanzong? Even if they had resentment in their hearts, they had to swallow it all. I see. Wu Qian's face revealed an awkward expression. She said, "No wonder we found out that this spirit's strength wasn't high. It turns out that you guys have already severely injured it. In that case, this spirit's soul power should belong to you guys." Although the 4 of them knew that it was Li Mu's Fulu that seriously injured the spirit, the truth was not as the Xuanzong disciples said. However, this was the ghost realm, and the strength of the people opposite them was far superior to theirs. If they angered these Xuanzong disciples, even if they killed the 5 of them here, no one would ever know. When Li Mu mocked them just now, Wu Qian's heart was in her mouth. He was still too inexperienced and didn't take her reminder seriously at all. This female cultivator gave them a way out, and the faces of Qing Xuanzi and the others also looked better. They withdrew their soul power and were about to leave when the young man opposite them spoke again. Li Mu sized up Qing Xuanzi and the others, and seemed to have thought of something. He revealed a look of realization and said, "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Xuanzong's days aren't good right now. They lost their business, and they're not liked by other sections. No wonder even the core disciples have to go out to hunt ghosts by themselves. We all come out to make a living, and no one has it easy. If you guys want this spirit, then I'll give it to you." Wu Qian's expression changed greatly. She stepped forward and grabbed Li Mu's wrist. She said, Taoistly, "Stop talking." However, her reminder was still too late. The faces of Qing Xuanzi and the other Xuanzong disciples turned completely ugly. As disciples of the world's #1 sect, when had they ever been humiliated like this? What was even more humiliating was that every word this person said was the truth. Every word he said was like an arrow that deeply pierced into their hearts. At the same time that they were humiliated, they also felt a bit of sadness in their hearts. The once glorious Xuanzong had fallen to such a state in less than a year. All the disciples of Xuanzong felt a wave of anger in their hearts. The truth was one thing, but being pointed out and ridiculed was another. A Xuanzong disciple looked at Qing Xuanzi and asked, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Xuanzong was already a joke in the cultivation world. If this matter were to spread, they would become the joke of all jokes. Even their last bit of dignity would be lost. They absolutely could not sit by and watch such a thing happen. Seeing the reaction of the Xuanzong disciples, the expressions of Wu Qian and the others changed slightly. Their hearts were in their throats. The two male cultivators looked at Li Mu with deep resentment in their eyes. If it weren't for his reckless talk and let the Xuanzong disciples take the ghosts and leave, how could things have gotten to this point? The male cultivator named Zhang Man put away his magic weapon, raised his hands, and said loudly, "Friends of Xuanzong, I can swear that I will not say a word about what I saw today. If I violate it, let my inner demons invade and thunder strike me to death." Ding Liang also immediately raised his hands and sat down to make an oath. He quickly said, "I can also make such an oath." When the two of them spoke, they also took the opportunity to distance themselves from Li Mu, indicating that they were drawing a clear line with him. At this time, a Xuanzong disciple looked at Qing Xuanzi and said, "Senior brother, even if you violate the oath, it may not necessarily come true. Why don't we just kill them and end it once and for all? Anyway, this is the ghost realm. No one will know. Only the dead can keep secrets forever." Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the other side changed greatly. Wu Qian even drew her weapon and said loudly, "We can promise that we won't say a word about this. Xuanzong is a righteous sect. Do you also want to do such a dirty thing, bastard?" As soon as the young disciple finished speaking, an older disciple behind him slapped him and said coldly, "Killing people to silence them? Do you think Xuanzong is a demon?" He looked at Qing Xuanzi and said, "These people can't be killed, but if this matter spreads, it will damage the reputation of Xuanzong. Why don't we erase part of their memories? Senior brother, what do you think?" Qing Xuanzi nodded. Stealing souls was already a violation of the righteous principle. If they killed people to silence them, then they were really no different from the demons. The pride of Xuanzong disciples came from Xuanzong's position as the #1 righteous sect. If their actions broke the bottom line of the righteous sect, then even the faith in their hearts would collapse together. Qing Xuanzi looked indifferently at the young disciple who spoke just now and said, "After returning to the sect, report to the elders and withdraw from the sect." The disciple's body trembled, and his face immediately turned pale. Then, Qing Xuanzi looked at Li Mu and the others and said, "I don't believe in your Tao oath. Today, I won't kill you, but I will erase your memories." Memories were related to the primordial spirit. To erase memories, one had to go through the step of soul searching. To cultivators, soul searching was an unacceptable humiliation. But if they didn't agree to these Xuanzong disciples, then today's matter wouldn't end well. After a fierce mental struggle, the two male cultivators, Zhang Man and Ding Liang, still walked out with their heads lowered. Wu Qian's face was filled with grief and indignation. In the end, she helplessly said to Li Mu and Chen Yingying, "Daoist friendly, Sister Yingying, erasing a part of memory is better than dying in the realm of ghosts." Li Mu sighed softly and said, "Then erase your memories." He turned around and looked at the 5 Xuanzong disciples, including Qing Xuanzi, and the 2 male cultivators. A powerful aura surged out of his body and swept across. The 7 of them only felt dizzy, then lost all consciousness and fell to the ground. Wu Qian and Su Yingying were already prepared to have their memories erased. This unexpected scene stunned them and they couldn't come back to their senses. What happened just now? Why did these powerful Xuanzong disciples suddenly fall to the ground? The next moment, they both looked at the back of the figure in front of them. Originally, he was only at the 4th level, but his aura had become as vast as the ocean. After an unknown period of time, Qing Xuanzi woke up from the mist. He only felt a splitting headache. He sat up from the ground and held his head with a confused expression. Just a moment ago, he was still looking for ghosts with his fellow disciples in the ghost realm. The next moment, he was lying on the ground with a terrible headache. Qing Xuanzi, who was at the 5th level, quickly realized that he had lost a part of his memory. Memories wouldn't be lost for no reason, unless it was erased by someone. Qing Xuanzi instantly broke out in cold sweat. What happened just now? Why was his memory erased? What's wrong with me? Why is everyone lying on the ground? My head hurts so much, what's going on with these two? At this time, the other disciples of the Xian sect who had fainted gradually woke up. They looked at each other and their faces were filled with confusion. They were extremely confused in their hearts. Why were they still walking in the fog just a moment ago? Why were they lying on the ground with inexplicable headaches in just an instant? Not only that, but there were also 2 unconscious male cultivators beside them. Soon, another Xuanzong disciple reacted and exclaimed, "Where's my soul bottle?" As soon as he said that, the other disciples' shocked voices were heard one after another. My soul bottle is gone too. Where did my Dharma treasure go? Who stole my flying sword? Qing Xuanzi was shocked when he heard that. He subconsciously touched his right index finger and found that his storage ring was gone. Not only were his Dharma treasures in the storage ring, but there were also nearly 10,000 spirit jades. His entire fortune was in there. He suddenly stood up, his expression blank and filled with fear. Their cultivation resources had been snatched away and their memories had been erased. He carefully thought about it and could only remember one thing. He looked at a Xuanzong disciple behind him and clearly remembered that he had once made a decision to expel this disciple from the sect. He had never experienced such a thing. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Qing Xuanzi made a prompt decision and said, "Quick, let's leave here." Just as they rushed out of the ghost realm with the 2 unconscious people, there was a fluctuation in the space outside the bamboo forest bordering the ghost realm in Jiangyin County, and 3 figures appeared. Wu Qian and Chen Yingying turned around and found that they had already left the ghost realm. The expression on their faces changed from confusion to shock. A moment ago, they were still in the ghost realm, but Li Mu held their wrists and took a step forward, and they appeared here. This kind of magic was beyond their understanding. Li Mu waved his hand and a large pile of things fell to the ground. He said to the 2 girls, "Don't just stand there. Divide these things among yourselves." Chapter 578. Wu Qian and Chen Yingying looked at the pile of things on the ground in a daze. Neither of them dared to reach out. Everything that happened just now left them in a daze. Wu Qian was the first to come back to her senses. Her lips trembled as she whispered, "Senior, this isn't good." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, they were the ones who stole your soul power first. At most, this is just reciprocity. You don't have to worry about them taking revenge. I've already erased part of their memories." Li Mu had a good impression of these 2 female cultivators. As women, they had more backbone than the 2 male cultivators. They didn't betray their teammates at the critical moment, so Li Mu didn't mind giving them an opportunity. At this time, Li Mu noticed that Chen Yingying was looking at him. There seemed to be a guess in her eyes, but she didn't dare to confirm it. When Li Mu looked at her, she looked away in panic. Li Mu didn't say much. He just smiled and said, "Okay, I still have something to do in the ghost realm. This soul power should be enough for you to use for a while. There will be a big change in the ghost realm, so it's best if you don't come in and take risks." Before leaving, he gently patted Chen Yingying's head and said, "Work hard and strive to cultivate in the ancestral court as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked into the ghost fog again. Wu Qian looked at the things scattered on the ground. Her throat moved with difficulty, and then she said to Chen Yingying, "Sister Yingying, you choose first." Chen Yingying said embarrassedly, "Let's choose together." after the two of them finished dividing the cultivation resources, Wu Qian suddenly asked, "Sister Yingying, do you know that senior?" Chen Yingying pondered for a moment and nodded. "He's so young, and his cultivation is so high. Moreover, he doesn't like Xuanzong. Even his name is the same. I can't think of anyone else other than Martial Granduncle." Wu Qian said in surprise, He's Senior Ling Jizi from Fulu School." Few people in the cultivation world knew about Li Mu, but everyone knew about Ling Jizi. His battle with the great elder Xuanzong had already spread Ling Jizi's name across the cultivation world. Wu Qian said in realization, "I've only heard of Senior Ling Jizi's name in the past and thought that he was a high and mighty Daoist senior. I didn't expect him to be so kind and not put on any airs at all. It seems that we were able to deal with that spirit so easily because Senior Ling Jizi helped us in the dark." Chen Yingying revealed a love-struck smile and murmured, "Of course. During that grand ceremony, I once saw Martial Granduncle from afar. I didn't expect to be so close to Martial Granduncle in this life. I have to work hard to cultivate and strive to enter the ancestral court as soon as possible. I can't let Martial Granduncle down." Wu Qian said with some envy, "I really envy you disciples of big sections. Wherever you go, you have elders protecting you." Chen Yingying said, "If Sister Wu is willing, you can also join our Divine Talisman sect. With your cultivation, you should be able to enter the ancestral court directly. At that time, I'll have to call you Senior Sister Wu." Wu Qian said happily, "Can I?" Chen Yingying smiled and said, "Of course you can. You can come back to the sect with me now. Master can't wait for such a powerhouse to join the sect." The experience just now caused the distance between the two of them to quickly close. A moment later, they flew into the air hand in hand and flew towards the mountain gate of the Divine Talisman sect. At the same time, in the boundless fog of the ghost realm, a figure was rapidly moving forward. Wherever he passed, the fog would surge violently. Regardless of whether it was a low-level spirit body or a high-level soul body, when they felt that aura, they would instinctively avoid it. Qing Xuanzi and the others carefully walked in the fog and also felt the aura passing by in the distance. A Xuanzong disciple couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "The ghost realm is too dangerous. Let's not come here in the future." Compared to the Yao Nation, the ghost realm that was shrouded in fog was much more mysterious. No one knew how many secrets were hidden in the fog of the ghost realm. The inexplicable loss of memory, the snatching of soul power from their magic treasures, and the strange experience they had just experienced filled the hearts of several Xuanzong disciples with fear. They didn't want to come here again in their lives. Somewhere in the ghost realm, Li Mu slowly came to a stop when he reached the valley where he killed Yu Hun. The ghost realm was different from the Yao Nation. This place was filled with fog that couldn't be explored with divine sense. Even if one had a map, they had to be careful and follow the guidance of the map. The so-called complete map of the ghost realm was actually only the places that people had explored so far. Most of the areas in the ghost realm were unknown places that had not been explored. It was filled with unknown dangers. For thousands of years, countless powerhouses had gone missing in the ghost realm. There was no lack of sixth and seventh realms among them. They relied on their high cultivation and ventured into unknown places alone, never to come out again. When one powerhouse after another silently disappeared in the ghost realm, the cultivators who entered the ghost realm later learned to check the map. The routes marked on the map were all explored by predecessors. They could be traveled safely without any unpredictable dangers. Although Li Mu's cultivation was at Dongxian and could even kill seventh realms, he didn't dare to wander around the ghost realm. After all, there were many seventh realms that had gone missing in the ghost realm. Even in Blood River's memory, he was somewhat wary and fearful of the ghost realm. He couldn't spread his divine sense too far. This made him feel very insecure. Li Mu could follow the route marked on the map and move forward at a moderate speed. Although the ghost realm was large, there weren't many paths that one could walk on. Almost all the cultivators were moving forward along the few routes. Thus, Li Mu met many people along the way. These people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5. They were going deep into the ghost realm to hunt ghosts. When they met each other, they would retreat vigilantly. In the ghost realm, meeting people was far more terrifying than encountering ghosts. Li Mu flew at a low altitude. Suddenly, a wave of dermic power came from the fog in front of him. When he flew closer, Li Mu saw a group of 6 people attacking a ghost. Among the 6 people, 2 of them had reached the manifestation realm. The 4 of them had remarkable abilities. This ghost was no match for them. Its soul was quickly scattered and its soul power was absorbed. The fog behind them surged. The 6 people turned their heads vigilantly. When they saw a figure walking out, their expressions became tense. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to attack at any time. However, only one person walked out of the fog. That person only glanced at them and continued to fly forward. Among the 6 people, a fierce-looking manifestation realm cultivator looked at the figure flying away and said in a low voice, "Going deep into the ghost realm, this person actually didn't have any dermic artifacts or soul bottles. He must have a flask heaven magic treasure." Speaking of the flask heaven magic treasure, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. A magic treasure that could store things was the dream of every cultivator. However, the flask heaven magic treasure could only be refined by cultivators above the 7th level. Those who had such a treasure were all core disciples of great sects with super strong cultivators. Seeing through his thoughts, another manifestation realm cultivator beside him reminded him, this person must be a disciple of a great sect or family. Moreover, his status is not low. You'd better put away your thoughts. The fierce-looking man grinned and said, "So what if he's a disciple of a great sect? He only has remarkable abilities. If we secretly kill him in the ghost realm, who will know that we did it?" Over the years, there have been at least 8, if not 10, disciples of great sects and families who have died at my hands. The other person pondered for a moment and said, "You'd better be careful. If he dares to go deep into the ghost realm alone, he must have some strength. Don't fail miserably." The fierce-looking man said, "I think he's young. He looks like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. It's not like we haven't met such a hothead before. If we can get a flask heaven magic treasure, we'll have made a fortune this time." He glanced at his companion beside him and said, "I don't want to let go of this fat sheep in front of me. Don't fight with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." The man shrugged and said, "I only hunt souls. I don't kill people. If you want to do it, go ahead." The fierce-looking man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He strode in the direction that the young man disappeared in. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes had passed and the fierce-looking man who had just left had not returned. The rest of the people looked puzzled as they slowly walked forward. Not long after, they saw the fierce-looking man. His eyes were wide open as he lay on the ground. There were no injuries on his body, but there was no sign of life. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Dead?" A creation realm expert had died just like that. There were no traces of a battle here, which meant that he did not have the chance to attack before he died. Just what kind of cultivation was needed to be able to kill a creation realm expert in an instant? Thinking of that ordinary young man, the few of them shuddered at the same time and felt a chill in their hearts. After finishing off the cultivator who was filled with a murderous aura and wanted to kill him for his treasures, Li Mu continued forward. There was no day or night in the ghost realm. There was only an eternal white fog that made it impossible to feel the passage of time. After walking for an unknown period of time, a faintly discernible city suddenly appeared in the fog ahead. At the city gate, the words Fengdu were as red as blood under the light of the lanterns. Chapter 579. The ghost realm was not like the Yao Nation, where one could casually occupy a mountain and use it as a cultivation cave. The fog that covered the ghost realm was filled with wandering souls. Although these wandering souls were souls, they were different from ghost cultivators. They did not have intelligence and would attack any living being or even their own kind. Moreover, they were very sensitive to spirit chi fluctuations. Once they sensed a living person or soul body nearby, they would actively search for it. Therefore, even ghost cultivators did not dare to be exposed in the wild for long periods of time. In order to avoid being disturbed by wandering souls, they built cities in the ghost realm and lived in groups, forming ghost cities. Fengdu was one of them. In the entire ghost realm, there were 5 major powers. 4 of them belonged to the 4 great ghost kings, and the last one was the Demon Path's Soul Hall. The master behind Fengdu's city was one of the 4 7th realm ghost kings, Rakshasa King. Fengdu's city was on Limu's path. If he wanted to continue, he had to pass through the city. There was a rule in the ghost realm that had to be obeyed, and that was to strictly follow the map of the ghost realm. This was the experience of countless seniors who used their lives to conclude. If one changed the route on their own, the outcome would often be very miserable. At the gate of Fengdu City, dozens of figures formed a long line and slowly entered the city. Most of them were ghosts, and only a few were humans. The relationship between the ghost realm and the Great Zhou was not as tense as the relationship between the Yao Nation and the Great Zhou. In the wild, people often hunted ghosts, ghost hunters, and human hunters. However, in the main city, if people did not attack ghosts, ghosts would not attack people. Limu walked to the back of the line and silently followed them into the city. Fengdu's city was not a place that could be entered as one wished. Before entering the city, one had to pay 50 spirit jades. Those who did not have spirit jades had to pay the equivalent amount of soul power. It was like a large toll booth. Some stray cultivators who did not have enough money might not even be able to pay the entrance fee. After walking for about 15 minutes, it was Limu's turn. Limu took out the soul bottle that he had already prepared and took out a ball of soul power. The ghost soldier at the gate accepted the soul ball and glanced at him indifferently, then said coldly, "Enter." The city was covered by an array formation, so there was no fog. Limu walked into the city, and the first thing he saw was an incomparably wide street. It was much more difficult to build a city in the ghost realm compared to the outside world, so there weren't many cities here. However, each of them was very majestic. Fengdu's city's area was comparable to 10 times the size of the godly capital. The streets were filled with shadows of ghosts. It was truly a ghost city. Of course, to the current Limu, ghosts and souls were no longer mysterious in his heart. They were just another form of life, and there was no need to fear them. In other words, when they met Limu, they should be the ones to fear. Soul-nurturing grass, only 100 spirit jades for 10 stalks. I'm looking to purchase a portion of spectral soul energy. The price will be negotiable. Looking for teammates to hunt wandering souls together. Cultivation must be at least at the 3rd realm. Do not disturb unless you are sincere. On the main street of Fengdu, there were layers and layers of ghostly shadows. These voices continuously entered Limu's ears. Other than the dense Yin energy, there wasn't much difference between this place and the streets of Divine Capital. Limu planned to stay in Fengdu City for a few days to gather information. As for the Ghost Realm's Heavenly Book, Phantom Princess, and the Empress didn't have much information. They only knew through spies that the Heavenly Book had appeared in the Ghost Realm before. Limu still didn't have any more information about the Heavenly Book. He found an inn to stay in and sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes and focused. His ears began to emit a faint golden light. This was the highest realm of Buddhism's hearing. It was called heavenly hearing. It had the same effect as the legendary clairvoyant ear. It could capture any sound within a certain range. With Limu's current cultivation, more than half of Fengdu City was under his surveillance. However, this divine ability couldn't penetrate the formation. Some places that were covered by the formation weren't within the surveillance range. Limu used his divine ability. Gradually, countless voices entered his ears. This year, Fengdu City's taxes have increased by another 10%. I can't live like this anymore. Why don't I go somewhere else next year? Where else can I go? All the big cities are the same. In comparison, Lord Rakshasa King is still better. Soul Hall. I heard that they don't even take taxes. Soul Hall doesn't take taxes, but they take lives. If you join them, you have to work for them, but our Lord Ghost King has too many reasons to increase taxes. Every time little Rakshasa King marries, he has to collect taxes. He only marries once a month. How are we supposed to live? After an unknown period of time, Li Mu opened his eyes. Although he heard a lot of information, there wasn't a single piece about the heavenly book. Due to the special environment of the ghost realm, long-distance communication was impossible. There were many inconveniences in transmitting information. Perhaps not many people knew about the heavenly book. However, for such a big matter, the Lord of Fengdu City, Rakshasa King, must know. However, there was a formation outside the Ghost King Palace. Li Mu couldn't eavesdrop. However, he just heard that today was the wedding day of Rakshasa King's son. All the reputable people in Fengdu City had gone to the Ghost King Palace to congratulate. Perhaps there was a chance to sneak in. Li Mu walked out of his room and came to the street. He walked in a certain direction. He had never been to Fengdu City before, but the place with the most powerful formation in the city must be the Ghost King Palace. The entire Fengdu City was filled with ghost chi. However, the Ghost King Palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless strong ghost cultivators were lining up to present their gifts. Li Mu stood at a distance and observed. He realized that sneaking into the Ghost King Palace was easier than he thought. The ghost soldiers at the entrance only recognized gifts and not people. As long as they presented enough gifts, they would let people in. Li Mu recalled the information he just heard. The Ghost King Palace seemed to only use the monthly wedding as a way to collect gifts and earn money. This was also a disguised form of exploitation of the ghost cultivators in Fengdu City. Li Mu walked slowly to the entrance and took out a fist-sized soul bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Inside it were the spoils of war that he had plundered from Qing Xuanzi and the others. The ghost soldier at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace opened it and took a look. He nodded and said, "Go in." They did not even register their names. The intention of the Ghost King Palace for the wedding was too obvious. However, this also saved Li Mu the trouble of making up an identity on the spot. He walked into the Ghost King Palace and followed the flow of people. He came to a huge palace. There were countless short tables placed in the palace. On top of each table was a pot of wine and a few simple dishes. The ghost region was filled with yin qi. Grains and vegetables from outside could not grow here. The ingredients for these dishes had to be purchased from outside. They were considered precious in the ghost region and were not commonly seen. In the palace, there were already many ghost cultivators sitting in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other. Li Mu found a corner and sat down cross-legged. He poured himself a cup of wine and held it in his hand, sipping it slowly. Suddenly, his gaze moved slightly. He looked at the few people in front of him from the corner of his eyes. A golden light flashed in his ears. Several level 5 ghostly cultivators were communicating with each other using their divine consciousness. Have you heard? A few days ago, a page of the heavenly book appeared in our ghost region. What's the heavenly book? It can't be. If you don't even know about the heavenly book, what are you cultivating for? The heavenly book is the most precious treasure in the cultivation world. Every time it appears, even if it's just one page, it will cause a storm of blood. This time, I'm afraid many people will die because of it. No wonder Lord Ghost King, who rarely leaves Fengdu, has left. The temptation of the heavenly book is hard to resist even for 8th realm and 9th realm cultivators, let alone 7th realm cultivators. A ghost cultivator's eyes flashed. He said, "The heavenly book contains the great Tao of cultivation. I heard that this heavenly book is the long-lost ghost Tao heavenly book. If we can get it, we might be able to cultivate to the Ghost King realm." Another ghost cultivator shook his head and said, "Forget it. The heavenly book is so precious. I'm afraid all the major forces in the ghost region will fight for it. It won't be our turn." That ghost cultivator said, "That's not necessarily true. If we're lucky." The ghost cultivator beside him glanced at him and said, that page of the heavenly book last appeared in the land of the fallen gods. Do you dare to go? That ghost cultivator was still harboring hope, but after hearing the words land of the fallen gods, his body couldn't help but tremble. He immediately extinguished that thought. Other than a few major cities and the roads that connected them, there were more unknown lands in the ghost region. Those regions were filled with danger. Once one entered, it would be difficult to walk out. These unknown lands had different levels of danger. The land of the fallen gods was one of the most dangerous regions. Even seventh realm cultivators weren't willing to go too deep. Land of the fallen gods? In the corner of the hall, Li Mu put down his wine cup. He thought to himself that the soul energy wasn't wasted. There were clearly many high-level ghost cultivators in Fengdu who knew about the heavenly book. Without further ado, Li Mu planned to leave immediately and head to the so-called land of the fallen gods. Suddenly, an extremely soft voice sounded in his ears. If I had known, I would have waited for Lord Li. There's nothing we can do even if Lord Li is here. If Lord Li is here, we might be caught by the Azura King together. What should we do now? The voice came from a side hall in the Ghost King Palace. Li Mu turned his head and looked in that direction. His expression was slightly startled. Chapter 580. Fengdu, Ghost King Palace, in a side hall. A ghost woman floated into the side hall and placed a red wedding dress at the head of the bed. She said indifferently, "Change into this. It's almost time. Young master won't show mercy to women. If you anger him, you and the people around you won't have a good ending." Without waiting for the woman's reply, she floated out of the side hall. Beside the woman, the 4 spies of the bamboo guards looked worried. They were originally here to investigate the news of the heavenly book. When they were passing through Fengdu City, Commander Shangguan happened to be fancied by the son of Luocha King. After Commander Shangguan rejected him, the little Luocha wanted to forcefully kidnap them, and a conflict arose between them. Of course, the little Rakshasa and his subordinates were no match for them. However, the fight in Fengdu City quickly attracted Rakshasa King's attention. He sealed Commander Shangguan's magic power and brought them to Ghost King Palace. There was supposed to be a joyous occasion in the Ghost King Palace today. Little Rakshasa had changed the original bride and wanted to marry Commander Shangguan to him. Before they could find out about the heavenly book, they were already trapped in the unfamiliar ghost region. Shangguan Li sat in front of the bed with an icy expression. She only regretted not listening to His Majesty and working together with Li Mu. If he was here, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. However, she also had her own pride in her heart. As the commander of the bamboo guards, if she needed other people's help for everything, how could she live up to His Majesty's trust? This time, she acted alone to prove herself, but she didn't expect to fall into such a situation as soon as she entered the ghost realm. After several hours of attacks, the seal in her body had become impulsive. Even if she couldn't kill the little Rakshasa, she could still injure him severely. However, by then, she would completely lose her ability to resist. The biggest problem was how to leave Fengdu, Rakshasa King's territory. Even if Rakshasa King wasn't in Fengdu, he still had countless strong men under him. Without a cultivation of the 7th realm, it would be difficult to break out. Shangguan Li sighed. If only Li Mu was here now. Although he had snatched away His Majesty and was never polite to her, at least in this situation, he could give her a sense of security that no one could replace. Shangguan Li looked in a certain direction with melancholy. Suddenly, a figure walked out from a wall at the end of her line of sight. Because she was looking forward to Li Mu's appearance too much, she even started to hallucinate. Li Mu passed through the wall and saw Shangguan Li sitting by the bed. Her eyes were lifeless, pitiful and helpless. Lord Li. It wasn't until the 4 spies of the bamboo guards discovered Li Mu that Shangguan Li came back to her senses. Looking at the figure that really appeared in the hall, she was both surprised and delighted. How did you find this place? Li Mu glanced at her and said, if it wasn't for me coincidentally coming in to ask for information, you would have married a ghost. His Majesty told you to wait for me so we could move together. Why didn't you listen? Shang Wanli lightly snorted and said, you still say that you were in the Yao Kingdom and that the ghost realm was right next to you. You should have arrived much earlier than me. When I came from the Shen due to Jiangyin County, where were you? Her reason left Li Mu speechless. He rarely went to the Yao Nation, and it was rare for Huan Ji to see him. Before they parted, it was normal for them to kiss each other and do things that they loved to do. Li Mu waved his hand and said, I was delayed by an important matter. What happened to you two? After listening to the explanation of a bamboo guard spy, Li Mu found out that the moment they entered the ghost realm, they were captured by Rakshasa King. After seeing Shang Wanli, the little Rakshasa decided to change the ghost bride on the spot. Femme fatale, Li Mu sighed and said to Shang Wanli, get on the bed. Your cultivation has been sealed, right? I will help you remove the seal first. For spies stood guard at the door. Shang Wanli and Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu placed his hands on her back and sent his magic power into her body. She quickly felt an obstruction. It was a seal, but it was already loosening. Rakshasa King still underestimated Shang Wanli. Even though she had just entered the Dongxian kingdom, she often followed the empress. Her methods were not something an ordinary Dongxian could compare to. If she was given a bit more time, she would be able to break this seal by herself. It might be a bit painful. Bear with it. Li Mu channeled his magic power and attacked the seal in her body. Shang Wanli groaned and her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, can't you be a bit gentler? Li Mu shrugged and said, be careful next time. It was not that he wanted to be so violent to Shang Wanli. It was just that unless the seal was removed by the person who set it, there was only one way to break the seal. She only suffered a slight internal injury, which was already considered his outstanding skill. Shang Wanli took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Then she asked Li Mu, have you found out about the heavenly book? Of course, Li Mu glanced at her and said, if I don't check it myself, can I count on you? Shang Wanli took a deep breath. She did not want to be angry with him. She still wanted to say something, but at this time, there was already an aura rapidly approaching outside the door. A gloomy young man pushed open the door and saw a woman wearing a wedding gown and a veil sitting at the head of the bed. He walked forward and said, Beauty, as long as you are sincere with me, I will not treat you unfairly. In Fengdu City, you can do whatever you want. The woman at the head of the bed did not move. The young man smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you shy? He was full of anticipation. He reached out and lifted the veil, but he saw the face of an unfamiliar man. The extremely handsome man smiled at him and said, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The young Rakshasa did not have time to be shocked. The figure of a woman suddenly appeared above his head. A golden hoop fell from above and wrapped around his neck. Then, it quickly tightened. The powerful mana fluctuations that had already erupted from the young man's body were immediately calmed down after being wrapped by the golden hoop. Li Mu and Shang Wanli worked together to give the son of the Rakshasa king a surprise. After that, they threw him to a corner of the teapot space. His father was a 7th realm Xian Gui. The young Rakshasa's strength was not weak either. He was at the 6th realm. If they did not catch him off guard and give him a chance to resist, he would cause a lot of trouble for Li Mu and Shang Wanli. After Li Mu's arrival, Shang Wanli naturally treated him as the backbone. She asked, what do we do now? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, there should be more than one Dongxian in the Ghost King Palace. In order to not arouse their suspicion, let's put on an act first. We'll rest here for a night and leave tomorrow. It was not easy to get here. Li Mu did not want to leave just like that. Since the Rakshasa king was not here, the Ghost King Palace lacked top-notch masters. If he did not plunder this place before leaving, he would be letting Ali down. Of course, there was another important reason. You don't know the cost of money until you're in charge. After truly taking charge of the Fulu school, Li Mu realized that the rise of a sect required too many resources. As one of the 5 major powers of the ghost realm, it must have a rich foundation. He planned to search the treasury of the Ghost King Palace tomorrow to supplement his family. Li Mu took the opportunity to lie down on the bed and said, "Let's sleep. We'll talk about other things tomorrow morning." Shang Wanli looked around the hall and only saw the bed Li Mu was lying on. Then she asked Li Mu, "If you sleep on the bed, where will I sleep?" "Li Mu, you can just grab a chair and make do for the night." Shang Wanli said, "I'm a woman. Shouldn't you let me have my way?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Other than your body being that of a woman, which part of you looks like a woman?" The first female official serving the Empress of the Great Zhou, the leader of the spies of the Great Zhou court. With her identity and the things she did not seem like a woman who should be let have her way. Moreover, would a woman like another woman? Shang Wanli frowned and said in a low voice, "I really don't know why Her Majesty likes you." Li Mu retorted, "If Her Majesty doesn't like me, does she like you?" "You. Am I wrong?" Shang Wanli was infuriated by these words. She pointed at Li Mu, her chest heaving up and down for a long time. In the end, she just waved her hand and said, "You are the Empress. Whatever you say is right. This subject will listen to everything the Empress says." Chapter 581. Shang Wanli was clearly in a bad mood, and Li Mu knew that it wasn't just a day or two that she was in a bad mood towards him. In the past, Li Mu had at most taken away some of the Empress's love, but now, he had even taken away the Empress's person. Li Mu poked at her sore spot, so she poked at his sore spot in return. For a man, those words were extremely insulting. Fortunately, Li Mu's skin was thick. Although she was a woman who liked women, Li Mu still couldn't lie on the bed with a clear conscience. He got up from the bed and sat on the chair beside the table, saying, "You're injured, you sleep on the bed." Shang Wanli didn't get on the bed, but poured herself a cup of tea and drank by herself. Li Mu also poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and then asked, "Ali, when did you start to like women?" Shang Wanli glanced at him and lightly said, "What does it have to do with you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "Since we're idle, why don't you tell me, how did you start to like Her Majesty?" Shang Wanli simply ignored him. The reason for her special feelings towards the Empress, Li Mu could somewhat guess. She had been by the Empress's side since she was young, and couldn't come into contact with other outstanding men. The Empress treated her like a younger sister, giving her full trust and protection, so it was natural for her to like the Empress and be close to the Empress. Li Mu wasn't jealous of her, nor did he see her as a love rival, nor did he discriminate against her sexual orientation. It was just that the Empress would be his sooner or later, and if Ali couldn't walk out as soon as possible, the one who would be hurt in the end would be herself. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Li Mu said, "Actually, I feel that you don't like Her Majesty that way. To you, Her Majesty is like a sister. She has always protected you, loved you, and you worship her, but this isn't love." Shang Wanli finally looked up at him and said lightly, "You're not me. How do you know what I'm thinking?" It was a good thing that she was willing to respond. Li Mu continued, "As I said, your feelings for His Majesty are more of worship and admiration. Perhaps you don't like women, but only His Majesty. Think about it, have you ever had feelings for other women?" Shang Wanli looked at him with disdain and said, "Do you think I'm like you, lecherous man? My love for His Majesty is unique." Li Mu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know what it feels like to like someone?" Shang Wanli coldly snorted, "I don't need you to teach me." Li Mu said patiently, "Liking someone doesn't mean that you want to be by her side for the rest of your life. Friends also have this idea. Think about Sister May. Don't you want her to be by your side all the time? Do you like her too?" Shang Wanli thought about it and immediately shook her head. Li Mu continued, "Your feelings for His Majesty are not that kind of love. You want to be with him for the rest of your life because you're used to it. You may meet a man in the future who wants to be with him for the rest of your life. You'll be angry because of him, but you'll also be happy because of him. When you're happy, you'll think of him. When you're unhappy, you'll also think of him. When you're in the most difficult and helpless situation, you'll still think of him. Shang Wanli fell into deep thought, and then shook her head again. That's right. Li Mu clapped his hands and said, when you meet this person, don't hesitate. Boldly pursue him. He's the one you really like. Shang Wanli's face showed an incredulous expression and asked, is this liking? Li Mu said with certainty, if this doesn't count as liking, then what does? Shang Wanli looked at him and fell into a long silence. After an unknown period of time, she looked at Li Mu again and said, I'm going to sleep. With that, she walked to the side of the bed and lay down in her clothes. Li Mu did not sleep. He sat in front of the table and closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the contents of the heavenly tomes. Although he had deciphered all the heavenly tomes in his hands, to truly master them, he still needed to put in a lot of effort. The next day, when it was close to noon, Li Mu opened his eyes. He turned his head to look beside him. Shang Wanli was lying on the bed in the same position as last night. Her hands were behind her head, and her eyes were open as she stared at the ceiling. He did not know what she was thinking, as if she had not slept the whole night. In the Ghost King Palace, the servants were busy as usual. Ever since the young master entered the new madam's room last night, he had not come out. The servants in the palace were already used to this and did not find it strange. After an unknown period of time, the door of the palace opened from the inside. 2 figures walked out. The servants bowed one after another. Greetings, young master. Greetings, madam. Li Mu, who had turned into a little Rakshasa, waved his hand and said, dismissed. I'll bring madam around to familiarize herself with the house. It was not until the 2 of them were far away that the servants of the Ghost King Palace opened their mouths in surprise. What's wrong with the young master? In the past, he would abandon the brides after playing with them for 2 or 3 days. Why is he treating the new madam so well this time? It's not strange. I heard that the new madam is a human expert, and her cultivation is no weaker than the young master's. She was personally captured by the Ghost King. Of course, she's different from the previous ones. If that's the case, the palace will have a new madam in the future? Who knows? Let's just do our own thing. Don't ask about other things that you shouldn't ask. Li Mu wandered aimlessly around the Ghost King Palace with Shang Wanli. It seemed like he was bringing her around to familiarize herself with the place, but in reality, Li Mu was not familiar with the place. It was too risky to recklessly capture a servant and search their soul. There was also the risk of being exposed. Before plundering the Rakshasa King's treasure, Li Mu did not want to be exposed. Although 7th Realm experts usually had their own flask heaven space, the flask heaven space of the 7th Realm was not very big. They might carry some important treasures with them in the flask heaven space. As for other basic resources, the flask heaven space could not contain them at all. What Li Mu needed were spiritual jades, soul energy, and other basic cultivation resources. He had many treasures on him. The Dao Bell for defense, the sky-piercing spear for close combat, and the sun-shooting bow for long-range attacks. As for other things, he was not interested in them at all. After passing through another door with Shang Wanli, a 3-story palace appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. The palace's entrance was heavily guarded. There were actually 4 5th Realm ghost cultivators. A palace that could be guarded by so many experts was naturally not an ordinary place. Just as Li Mu walked forward, another ghost cultivator cupped his fists and said, Young master, Lord Ghost King has ordered that no one is allowed to come near this place. Li Mu glanced at him and said, Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Then, he looked at Shang Wanli and said, Madam, remember, Father doesn't allow anyone to come near this place. You shouldn't come near in the future either. Otherwise, if Father blames you, even I can't help you. In order to cooperate with Li Mu's act, Shang Wanli could only accept this form of address. She nodded and said, I know. Li Mu left with Shang Wanli. After passing through another door, he said, Give me your hand. When Shang Wanli heard this, not only did she not do as she was told, but she also took a step back. She hid her hands behind her back and looked at Li Mu warily. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's face. He said unhappily, "What are you thinking about all day?" "I want to use my mystical power to enter that palace. If I don't hold your hand, how am I going to bring you in?" When Shang Wanli heard this, a trace of shame flashed across her face. She hurriedly stretched out her hand. Li Mu, on the other hand, did not move. He snorted and said, "Since you don't believe me, then wait here by yourself. I will go in alone." Shang Wanli hurriedly took the initiative to hold his hand. She lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.